Testing, testing. 2 minutes till game time. Testing, testing.
2 minutes until game time here at Falcon Park. Welcome into Falcon Park. We're back here on the Auburn Doubledays YouTube channel for another Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League Clash. I'm Ryan Story alongside Evan Carocho here in the broadcast booth today, and we've got a matchup between the Auburn Doubledays and the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. Both these teams at 13-6 on the campaign. Evan, what could we be expecting from this clash today? By the way, which it is a doubleheader today.
Yeah, this is just going to be both games, great baseball that we're going to see. Tarp Skunks, they're coming off of a win to a very good Niagara Falls Americans team, whereas the Doubledays, they just lost to the Olean Oilers. So Doubledays are on a bit of a revenge as they're going to want to come out here and win, especially at home to take game one of the doubleheader. They had momentum to win game two of the doubleheader. However, the Tarp Skunks are going to want to spoil that. They want to keep their winning streak alive, take game one, and then try to take game two. The Tarp Skunks, watching them practice, they're huge.
Yes.
They are pretty big players, and they all can hit the ball very hard. They have power hitters on their team, and they have good pitching as well. But we're just going to see some very good baseball on a beautiful summer day here on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, we've got great weather, perfect for the week before the 4th of July. Got some nice sunny baseball. I believe temperatures up in the 80s, I'm pretty sure, Evan. Always great to see here at Falcon Park. So we've got a doubleheader today on the mound for your Auburn Doubledays. Will be Matthew Chauffé, the young pitcher, making the start here in Game 1 on the campaign. Chauffé sports a 3.0 ERA with a 3-1 record. So he's someone that the Doubledays have been able to rely on. We'll see how he does on the mound. For the Tarp Skunks, it will be Eli Bryant, who has the third best ERA on the squad, 1.8 ERA through just 5 innings pitched and through just 3 appearances. So we'll see how he does in the start. He's been used primarily as a reliever today. So an interesting dynamic for the opposing squad.
Yeah, Chauffé, he comes in this one. This is his 5th appearance. 5th game started. He's been sharp for the Doubledays all season as he leads the team now in appearances in games started. He definitely has been their all season, and he has been fun to watch.
Kicking things off for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks, it's it's Grant Moore. Chase Moore starting at third for the Doubledays. Grant Moore up to bat. First pitch by Chauffé misses for ball 1. Now, if that name Grant Moore sounds familiar to you, as he ropes one over to second, that's Will Ragland making the toss to Justin Batts for out number 1.
A great play there by Ragland. That one was smoked off the bat, able to collect down a hop. Easy throw to first for the first out here in the top of the first.
So the Doubledays retire the dangerous leadoff batter, Grant Moore. But now Eric Weeks steps up to the plate. He's got the second best average on the Tarp Skunks, batting .419 through his 16 games played this season. He's one of 5 different Tarp Skunks players to homer this campaign. First pitch goes downstairs for ball 1. And the second pitch swung on. That's hit into center field. 3 Doubledays converging on it, and it's actually the second baseman, Will Ragland, who makes the play. Interesting that Teddy Monahan didn't call him off from center. But Ragland showing off the athleticism, getting all the way out into center, and displaying some brilliant range.
Thankfully, that wasn't bad, because that could have been bad. Both players were kind of not talking at all, but thankfully, Ragland able to get the ball safely, no collision.
So the 2 quick outs on the board. That brings up Nolan Smith, the first baseman. Nolan Smith this season, we don't have any stats recorded for him as that ball is hit over towards the left side in foul territory. Yeah, Nolan Smith not a regular batter for this Tarp Skunks squad. Excuse me. This actually might be his first game for Jamestown.
Yeah, I was about to say, I really don't see him in the stat sheet at all, so this very well could be his debut for Jamestown.
Smith out of SUNY Cortland, I believe. Standing at 6'2", 200. That's lefty, throws righty, so has some flexibility there. He fouls that pitch off. Chauffé now with a 2-2 count against Smith. Just 1 strike away from getting out of the first inning. 1, 2, 3, and that's strike 3. Smith rung up by Chauffé, and your Auburn Doubledays escape the top of the first inning very, very quickly. We'll be back in the bottom half of the first with your Doubledays up to bat. Welcome back into the Auburn Doubledays YouTube channel. The Doubledays got out of the top half of the first inning very quickly, and now up to bat against Eli Bryant. It's Jaden Madrid, the shortstop.
Jaden Madrid is someone who, if he gets on bases, he's going to be picking up some stolen bases. He has extreme wheels on the base paths. He's actually so fun to watch fly around, and he's also a very confident hitter at the plate, has a phenomenal eye. That's 235 on the season. He's got 3 RBIs as well.
Madrid leading the Doubledays off will be followed up by Chase Moore, then Teddy Monahan. The Doubledays running out their usual shortstop third center combination to open up tonight's contest. That swung on hit into right field, and that's a fly out over to Muncie in right.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for Madrid, as went right to the glove of Muncie. But huge win for the Tarp Skunks there as they avoid having Madrid step on first base safely.
Bryant trying to match what Matthew Chofe did in the first inning. He got through that one quickly, Evan.
Yeah, he did. He threw 9 pitches, and in those 9 pitches, William Ragland helped him get some outs, and the last one he got a backwards K against Nolan Smith. So Chope able to keep his pitch count low and make the Tarp Skunks hit to Ragland, who has a phenomenal glove at second base.
Chase Moore, the switch hitter, up to bat. He swung and whiffed at that first pitch. Now lets that go for ball 1.
We saw him last game. He started out, I believe, in the lefty batter's box. Then he switched to the righty batter's box for his last 2 at-bats in the game. So look for him to probably switch to the righty batter's position after his at-bat here.
And a beautiful breaking ball, still touching 85 miles per hour, that Chase Moore just can't connect on. The prior pitch, a fastball, had missed the zone, but it was up to 91 miles per hour. The Doubledays have been going against some absolute fireball spitters recently. Now the 1-2, that's low, and it's ruled he did not swing. Chase Moore checked it and did not go. As I mentioned earlier, Bryant has an impressive ERA this season, sitting at just 1.8. But the same can't be said of his collegiate career. As there's a hit over to the shortstop, Kiefer, with the throw over to first. That is bobbled by the first baseman, Nolan Smith. The Doubledays have a runner on first after that error.
That'll definitely go down as an E6 in the stat books, no doubt about that. And Kiefer, actually, it looked like when he was going to make the transfer to the throw, he bobbled it there. That's what's kind of messed up his point of view, trying to throw it to first base. So everything was messed up there, but he still had a good throw after losing the ball in the transfer, but just not in time to get the speedy Chase Moore.
That brings up Teddy Monahan with the runner on first. Monahan fouls off the first pitch he sees. And as I was saying before that error by Smith, Bryant has a very impressive, very impressive ERA this season, but the same can't be said for his collegiate career. He had 1 appearance in his freshman season at Kent State, had an 81 ERA. But, Evan, good news for you. That was against your Bonnies, St. Bonaventure. As Monahan rockets one up the middle, and that'll have runners on first and second for your Auburn Doubledays.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Good thing it was against the St. Bonaventure Bonnies school I graduated from. But Teddy Monahan, I mean, he's got to be having some sort of hitting streak going on. I feel like he's gotten a hit in every single game so far this season. He's been the only Doubledays batter to pick up home runs so far in the season. He has been so electric to watch when he's in the batter's box.
Yeah, Monahan was batting .435 heading into tonight's contest. Wow. Jumping that up a little bit even more there. Now Justin Batts up to bat with 2 runners on, just 1 out. Big opportunity here for the Doubledays. We saw in that last home game against Olean, the Doubledays got off to a hot start in the first inning, were able to tally 4 runs and coasted off that cushion for the entirety of the game. Now it's a just 7-inning contest today. Having a good start in the first can do a lot of damage to the opposing psyche. Bats behind in the count, 0-2. That's way away. Great play made by the catcher, Branston Lindquist.
That was definitely a phenomenal agile stop there by Lindquist. He was on his knees, popped up from his knees, extended his arm, and made sure that Moore stayed on second base and on first base Monahan.
Now the 1-2. That's roped into left field and just foul. Oh, a golden opportunity for Justin Batts, but lands just 2 feet away from being fair.
Unlucky for Batts there. And the Bonnie's head coach Eaton, who's the third base coach, I thought that one was a fair ball. He was waving home Chase Moore and Monahan, but unfortunately they have to go back. I mean, Batts just absolutely smacked that one. Just got a little bit unlucky to the left of the line.
Yeah, Batts would have easily scored at least Chase Moore from second. Probably would have gotten Teddy Monahan home from first. But now trying to go back to it. Bryant misses outside, brings up a 2-2 count. After Batts, it's Jonathan Griggs on deck. Griggs sports the best batting average of any Auburn Doubleday player this season. Sitting at 462. We thought Monahan's 435 was impressive. Seems like we've got an error with the camera. Sorry about that. We had not realized that the camera was frozen. We're working on fixing that right now. All right, sorry about that hiatus, everyone. And now that you can see the action, there's a grounder hit over to third, and that will put an end to the first inning as your Auburn Doubledays are forced out at third. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with you for some action you can see to start off the second inning. Back here, top of the second inning. Sorry about any of those camera difficulties, but now
Yeah,
we're
we
back.
had no idea, so that's sorry about that, guys. But we genuinely had no idea there.
And Paul Delanto up to bat for the Auburn Doubledays. He'll still be facing off against Matthew Chofe, who only threw 9 pitches the whole first inning. A quick 1-1 count. Chofe facing Delanto. Delanto this season batting .256 but slugging .487. He's hit 2 home runs this season. That matches what Teddy Monahan has for the Auburn Doubledays. Those are the only 2 homers hit by Auburn this season. Now the 1-1 count, no swing, that's strike 2. Chofe with the 1-2, and that's outside. So just to run you through the action that happened in the first inning, Jaden Madrid flew out. Chase Moore got on first via an error. Teddy Monahan had a single. Justin Batch struck out. And then Jonathan Griggs hit a grounder to third. That was a force out, as that's fouled off of the leg, or off the ground there, of Delanto. Now the payoff pitch is fouled off. Count remains 2-2. Matthew Chofe, as we mentioned, started off today hot, and that's kind of what he's been all season. And the key to it, as that's fouled up, Batts trying to make a play, and he does make the gloved catch as he's running backwards. Justin Batts with an impressive play from first.
Great play there by Batts on the run. Didn't look like he was going to come up with it. Instead, makes the catch on the run. That's just phenomenal fielding by Batts.
So after Paul Delanto is sat down, Nate Muncy, the right fielder, up to bat for the Tarp Skunks. Muncy lets the first pitch fall outside. So I'll run you through who's in the field for your Auburn Doubledays today. Starting in the infield, going from left to right, as the pitch is grounded through the gap on the right side, right between Madrid and Moore for the first base hit. Matthew Chofe's given up today. Muncy advances to first. Now James Dixon moves to third. Or excuse me, James Dixon, the third baseman, up to bat.
Beautiful place hit there by Muncy. I mean, kind of hit it off the end of the bat, but it went right in between Madrid and Chase Moore at shortstop position and third base. Went to left field. Couldn't ask for a better base hit from him. And hopefully this is the start of something for the Tarp Skunks.
And another cracked hit, but what a play from the shortstop, Jaden Madrid. The throw not to first in time, but Jaden Madrid with a leaping snag off of a great contact hit from James Dixon, but couldn't get enough arc on it to get past the range of Madrid.
I mean, he almost got the double play himself. Cheating off of first base was Muncy. That was incredible. He almost had him trying to go back to first base. Jaden Madrid flashing the leather and his arm.
Now with 2 outs on the board, Caleb Jordan, the second baseman, up to bat. Going from the lefty batter to the righty batter. He's got 1 runner on to work with. First pitch is a ball. And the throw over to first, not in time. The pickoff nearly managed to catch Muncy, who's been aggressive on the base paths throughout this inning. We'll take you through the infield as long as no more action happens. On third, Chase Moore. Standing at short is Jaden Madrid, who just made that spectacular play. On second, Will Ragland, who is very active through the first inning. And at first is Justin Batts. Taking you to the outfield, it's Brendan Smith in left, Teddy Monahan in center, and Ethan Smith in right, with Jonathan Griggs catching for Shofei. And Shofei tosses it over to first yet again. Two-0 count to Jordan. Jordan's the 7th batter in the Tarp Skunks lineup, and there's the first strike against Jordan. Shofei very reliably finds that mid to upper 80s fastball. Very accurate, always hitting the zone. 2-1, and another throw down to first, not going to get there in time. Jonathan Griggs, as well as Shofei, keeping an eye on Muncie.
Griggs is definitely not someone that I tried to run on. He's got a phenomenal arm behind the dish. He's an outstanding catcher for the Doubledays.
And it's interesting because Muncie's being very, very aggressive on the base paths, but he only has one stolen base this season. He's not exactly someone who's known as a serial stealer, yet he's taken a lot of attention from Griggs, from Shofei, from all the Doubledays infield, as Muncie takes off, and he's going to have to come back as that pitch is fouled off. So, we'll see Jordan step back in with the full count. 3-2, 2 outs on the board. Muncie takes off again. It's cracked into center field, and that's going to be Teddy Monahan making a play on the ball. The Doubledays get out of the top of the second as well. Just one base runner given up by the starting pitcher, Matthew Shofei. The Auburn Doubledays will be back at the plate when we return in the bottom half of the second inning. Bottom of the second inning. We're kicking it off with the Doubledays at the plate. Still on the mound, Eli Bryant for the Tarp Skunks. William Ragland up to bat for the Doubledays.
The sixth batter in the Doubledays lineup is really going to want to get things going here for the Doubledays, as they're typically a team that scores runs in the first and second innings. They did not score in the first. And Ragland, who's been phenomenal at second base tonight in the field.
It's hit
one here
into the outfield, but the play made by the center fielder. That's Moore getting underneath it for out one of the inning. Now Brendan Smith up to bat. Smith batting 7th in the Doubledays order today. He'll be followed up by Miles Fontaine. And then rounding out the Doubledays lineup is Ethan Smith and Dustin Wortham. We can take you through the fielders for the Tarp Skunks today. As the first pitch falls for a ball. Looking at the infield, going from left to right, third baseman is James Dixon, the shortstop Tito Kiefer, the second baseman Caleb Jordan, and the first baseman Nolan Smith. A lot of Smiths playing in today's game. We got two in the field for the Doubledays, including one at the plate. And then we've got Nolan Smith at first base for Jamestown as well. Catching for the starting pitcher is Branson Lindquist. And then your outfielders are Anthony Traumer, Grant Moore, and Nate Muncy. Again, going from left to right. Brendan Smith facing the 2-0 count, hits one high into center field, and making the play yet again is Moore. Grant Moore running around out there in center, and that's the second out on the board for the Doubledays. Miles Fontaine trying to avoid a 1-2-3 inning.
The Doubledays are all over Bryant right now. They just unfortunately can't put the ball down. They keep hitting it up in the air. Unlucky for them, but Fontaine with 2 outs is going to try to get things going for the Doubledays.
The first pitch, Fontaine doesn't go. That's strike one. An 89 mile per hour fastball that was blown away. Perfect painting by the pitcher, Bryant. A big swing by Fontaine. Couldn't find it. And he's behind in the count 0-2. Fontaine, the designated hitter in tonight's contest. He's batting .231 on the season. The 0-2 pitch. Fontaine hits that high deep into left field, but it's going to come up short. And that really hung up there for quite some time before Traumer able to make the play out and left. So a quick 1-2-3 for the Doubledays at the plate. They hit every single ball into the outfield, but none had the speed to get away from the fielders. We'll be back in the top of the third inning for more Doubledays action coming your way. Back here, top of the third inning. It's Branson Lindquist, the catcher, batting for the Tarp Skunks. Chofe still on the mound. Lindquist doesn't go. That pitch just inside.
Both teams tied with a hit each going into the third inning. It's been a pitcher's duel so far here at Falcon Park. Been fun to watch.
Yeah, the 2-0 count after an 86 mile per hour fastball misses outside. But yeah, you're right, Evan. This has been a fun game so far. Neither team has really found quite the rhythm at the plate, but I think that's had a lot more to do with the pitchers involved rather than the hitters not being able to find their spots, because these pitchers, let me tell you, they've been really throwing some heat today.
Yeah, it looks like we got kind of a delay as the home plate umpire took that foul ball to the hand. And Greg's doing a nice job of checking on him. So is Lindquist, but he appears to be okay. Chofei's going to give him some time as well. So just some good gestures here at Falcon Park to check on the home plate umpire.
Now the 2-1 count. That's a breaking ball that missed upstairs. For Chofei, this at-bat has gone right, left, and high. Now working with the 3-1 count against Lindquist. After Lindquist, it's Tito Kiefer and Anthony Traumer as the 8, 9, 10 batters for the Tarp Skunks. That ball hit just foul. And we've got a full count. Chofei's worked his way back in this one. Just a reminder that we've got 2 games for you tonight. It's not just one, because at 7 o'clock, the second game of the doubleheader is scheduled to be played between the Doubledays and the Tarp Skunks. A little bit of a break with that foul ball. Now, the payoff pitch. It's in, and looks like it going to careen off the glove of Griggs. But that'll be ruled ball 4. Lindquist takes first, and that's the first walk that Chofei has given up today.
Yeah, it looked like it almost hit Lindquist. Instead, he was able to move out of the way and work a walk. So good on Lindquist to get to first base safely.
That brings up Tito Kiefer, the shortstop. There's another toss from Chofei over to first, not in time. The Doubledays have been getting pretty close, though, with those pickoff attempts at first.
And Chofei and Bats are on the same page. It's just a matter of time before they're able to try to pick someone off and have it be successful. Chofei's pickoff attempt is very quick, and Bats' tag is quick as well. There's another pickoff attempt.
And it's surprising to me that Kiefer is this far down in the Tarp Skunks order, because you look at what he's doing this season, batting .378. He's really just been racking up singles, but you have a player like that who also has shown the ability to steal bags. He has 8 stolen bases this season. You generally have a guy like that as your 1 or 2. It's rare to see them as your 9 or 10. Second pitch gets away from Chofei, who's down in the count 2-0. Excuse me, 1-1. According to the home umpire. And there's strike 2. As you could tell that Kiefer there really wanted to go after it, but didn't. He had that foot high in the air, ready to swing. Instead, checked himself. We'll see if he goes here. The 2-1, and yet another toss over to first. Chofei a little bit further off that time. The 1-2 falls for strike 3. And that sits down Tito Kiefer, the second punch-out of the day for Matthew Chofei.
2 backwards Ks in the book for Matthew Chofei. He has been sharp in this one so far. And couldn't ask for a better pitch there from Chofei. Able to strike out Kiefer to get the first out.
Now it's Anthony Traumer up to bat. The righty batting 10th for the Tarp Skunks today. And after him, it flips back around to Grant Moore and Eric Weeks at the top of the Tarp Skunks order. So I'm sure that Chofei really wants to get this second out here and make it much easier to deal with that dangerous top of the order for Jamestown. Traumer facing the 1-0 after an outside pitch. This season, Traumer batting .281 on the campaign, slugging .313. Pitch way inside, great stop by Griggs. And I mean, one thing that was interesting to me was you look at the total players. The Doubledays have way more depth than this Jamestown team. Jamestown does have plenty of star power, but not a ton of players on their roster.
Yeah, I was about to say, the size of their benches are definitely a big difference, and then the bullpen as well, but Jamestown able to do phenomenal with the amount of players that they do have, as both teams have a 13-6 record, that is. So clearly, It's not about the size of the team, it's about the size of their heart, you could say.
Yeah, that's certainly true. And the size of their bats.
Yep.
Because they're a powerful team. As it looks like over at first, Branson Lindquist might have banged up his hand or something. He needed to take a break after yet another throw down to first. This time it was Griggs trying to throw over to bats. It's a 3-0 count facing Traumer. Joffe looking to avoid the 4-pitch walk. And wow, he forces Traumer to swing out of his shoes. That pitch looked like it would have fallen inside. But yeah, you generally don't see a swing and miss like that in a 3-0 count.
He wanted that one big time. He swung out of his shoes on that one. I mean, definitely had the green light, but I definitely would not have swung at that one.
He spun like the Tasmanian devil there.
Yeah, definitely kicked up some turf dirt trying to swing at that one.
Look at Joffe getting back in the count yet again. It's now 3-2. Coming back from the 3-0 hole he was in. Joffe forces a dribbler. That's foul territory. So with one out on the board, Joffe looking to record the second. The 3-2 misses upstairs. That's the second walk Joffe's allowed this inning. There's runners on first and second with the top of the Tarp Skunks order up to bat. Grant Moore grounded out in the first inning. He's back again.
Grant Moore, as you said, he's 0 for 1 in the game so far. This is a huge at-bat for him with only 1 out and 2 runners on. And one swing of the bat could finally get some runs in for the Tarp Skunks. Moore has 10 RBIs, by the way, on the season, double digits.
And he thought about laying down a bunt there, pulled it back. Yeah, Grant Moore is a very dangerous player. If that name sounds familiar, we saw him last year with the Niagara Falls Americans, and he has kept up his pace from last season. Last year, he was batting .388, was a multi-time PGCBL Player of the Week. And yeah, you mentioned RBIs. He had 26 RBIs last season. This year, the batting average has dipped a little below that at .344, but you look at the power, that's really improved. He has a home run this year, something he didn't have last year. Same with a triple, and that's why his slugging is all the way up to .492. Moore with a 2-0 count. He swings, chops that into shallow right field, and that drops for a base hit. Ethan Smith will stop it and toss it into Ragland. So luckily for the Doubledays, no runs given up, but the bases are loaded with just 1 out.
Beautifully hit ball there by Grant Moore to pick up his first hit on the night and the second hit on the night for the Tarp Skunks in general. But unlucky there for Ethan Smith. If the ball had carried any more, he had a great jump on it. He probably could have come up with the out. Instead, it drops just in front of him for a base hit. But like you said, lucky for the Doubledays that no runs came in.
Yeah, just a well-placed blooper. And that brings up Eric Weeks, who flew out in his first at-bat. And I'm sure he'd be happy to fly out here, because that at least scores 1 run for Jamestown.
And if you're the Doubledays, you want an infield fly here, because the infield fly rule is in play.
The 0-1 misses outside. 1-1 count. As I mentioned in his first go-around, Eric Weeks has a .419 batting average this season, and that comes with power, too. He has 8 extra base hits on the campaign. The 1-1. Pitch way outside. Great stop by Griggs. He managed to glove that away pitch. Any ball that gets past Griggs here likely scores a run from third. So that was a key stop. Lindquist at third, Traumer on second, Moore on first. And there's a ball hit down to third base. The great throw makes the double play. The connection, Moore to Ragland to bats for the double play, preventing any outs from being scored for Jamestown. We'll head to the bottom of the third inning. Auburn still mired in a 0-0 tie. Back here, bottom of the third inning. Leading off for the Doubledays, it's Ethan Smith, the right fielder. He's batting ninth in the Doubledays order today. It's Smith, then Dustin Wortham. After that, it flips back around to Jaden Madrid at the top of the order.
And Ethan Smith, who played in his first few games, just a few games ago, picked up his first hit in his first game that he played in. And I'm not sure if you know anything about if he's related to Brendan Smith or not. But like you said, there are a lot of Smiths that played on the field just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, Smith, through limited action this season, has batted over 300, batting 308. And you look at the amount of Doubledays to do that. The Doubledays still have 4 players batting over 400. They have another 6 batting over 300. So the Doubledays have been a team that might not have the most power this season. They might not have the most home runs, but they're really good at stringing together base hits, and that's what's been leading to these big rallies that have given the Doubledays wins.
And I'd say they're definitely disciplined at the plate as well.
Yes.
I mean, there's a few guys on the team who really know the strike zone well.
Smith, 2 strikes on the board, and that pitch misses high. 2-2 count. That was a 78-mile-per-hour breaking ball that Bryant tossed there. Thanks for sticking with us here at Falcon Park. Ryan Story alongside Evan Carocchio on the call. It's now a full count facing Smith. We saw Eli Bryant go through the second inning, 1-2-3. Smith trying to keep that streak from recurring. And he hits one. That's through the gap on the right side. Ethan Smith with a base hit. Didn't really get off the ground, but Ethan Smith over to first base. Dustin Wortham, the extra hitter, up now with some room to work.
It somewhat jammed him a bit and maybe went about 50 miles per hour off the bat, if that, dribbled down the infield. But he got lucky there because there was a huge gap between Caleb Jordan, the second baseman, and the first baseman Smith, and was able to get past both of their gloves for a base hit.
Now Wortham looking at laying down a bunt, and it's ruled foul. And the catcher, Lindquist, not happy with that call whatsoever. And yeah, now it looks like the manager of the Tarp Skunks, going to have a chat with the field umpire. As there's a little bit of conversation about what went down right there.
And what do you even do there? As it was called a foul ball, so what do you do if it's a fair ball? Do you reward Wortham the base there, or do you have him try to reenact it to see if the throw would have gotten him out at first base? I don't know, but thankfully we're not in that predicament because back batting is Wortham.
Yes, the 0-1 now facing him, and he goes to lay down a bunt yet again, fouls it off. So now with the 0-2, I'd be surprised to see him go back to it. Just a reminder, after Wortham, it's Jaden Madrid, then Chase Moore, followed up by Teddy Monahan at the top of the Doubledays order. Wortham behind in the count 0-2 after 2 consecutive foul balls. He's swinging away, and he whiffs away. He goes down in 3 pitches as Eli Bryant strikes back after giving up a base hit.
Beautiful pitch there by Bryant to escape that at-bat. And unfortunate for Wortham. What if that was a fair ball? But we're not going to know now because the at-bat's over with.
And there's
a
wild
act.
Pickoff attempt down to first. But yeah, you're right. That first play really, or that first bunt laid down by Wortham really could have been big for the Doubledays. Would have moved Smith over to second into scoring position. Instead, Smith still stuck at first, and Eli Bryant going to make sure that, as he just threw a second pickoff attempt consecutively back over to Nolan Smith at first. Look at that, Nolan Smith and Ethan Smith sharing first base right now. Now it's Madrid, the righty batter. The first pitch of the at-bat gets through the legs of Branston Lindquist. There's a pass ball that Lindquist just could not handle after the breaking pitch.
It's definitely unfortunate there for Lindquist. I'm not sure if he took his eye off the ball, but it looked like it was almost in his glove for a second, then he dropped it. I'm not sure what happened, but lucky for the Doubledays that they finally have a runner in scoring position. And I'm sure Madrid is going to try everything that he can to score that runner.
The 1-0 count. Now makes it 2-0. And yeah, it comes back to that ball that was ruled a foul ball, because if Smith was on second when that happened, he'd be on third now, and now it would only take a sac fly out to center field or even just a generic play that could have scored him at home. And there's another, looks like a ground hit over to the second baseman. Caleb Jordan able to gather it. It looked like it was going to be similar to what Ethan Smith had to kick off the inning, but it didn't have that same velocity, and Jordan was able to rotate over to make the play.
A beautiful play there in the field by Jordan, the second baseman for the Tarp Skunks, to realize that that ball was hit short. He had to run over to his left, collect it, and make the off-bound throw that was in time. Couldn't ask for a better play by your second baseman, but thankfully for the Doubledays, Smith is 90 feet away from scoring.
Yeah, Smith advancing. Moore swinging at the first pitch. He fouls it off. Moore going after an 88-mile-per-hour fastball thrown by Bryant. Bryant up to about 30 pitches on the day so far. Any base hit scores Smith from third. And it gets away from the catcher, Lindquist, and it's not even going to take a slide. Ethan Smith scoring from third on a second passed ball of the inning.
Auburn Doubledays score a run, a much-needed run here in the bottom of the third, and that's great heads-up base running by Ethan Smith. And now for Chase Moore, the bases are cleared, so let's see if this calms him down a little bit, as he's not too anxious to try to get a base hit to score a run.
And he does chop one right over to the second baseman. That's Caleb Jordan getting in on the action yet again. And you can tell Eli Bryant not too thrilled after walking off the mound there. But your Auburn Doubledays take a 1-0 lead as we head into the top of the fourth inning. Stay tuned for more Doubledays action coming your way. Top of the fourth inning, and the Tarp Skunks are back up to bat after the Doubledays scored in the bottom of the third. It's Nolan Smith kicking things off here in the fourth. Chofei still on the mound. Chofei working with about just shy of 50 pitches. As the fastball misses outside. One thing that was noticeable in that top of the third inning that Chofei escaped from unscathed was that he was a little bit more inaccurate. We saw 2 walks and some longer at-bats. However, he still displayed impressive control at times, just as to work on not falling behind in those counts early. The 3-0 against Smith, and that's a walk in 4 pitches. Not the greatest start to the inning for Matthew Chofei.
That's the third walk on the game for Chofei, given up. But thankfully for him, though, the walks that he gave up did not turn into runs. So let's hope that it's deja vu here in the top of the fourth with Smith, who actually was a strikeout victim to Chofei in the first. He now reaches first base safely.
That brings up Paul Delanto, the righty batter. The designated hitter actually popped out to open the second inning. That was the play where Justin Batts made an over-the-shoulder catch, a very impressive over-the-shoulder catch. Chofei now with the 1-0 count. And that fastball gets low and away. Chofei with a 6th straight ball to open up the inning.
Chofei is definitely going to take his time before this next pitch after throwing 6 straight balls. I don't know if he gives up another walk here. Eaton's going to try to go up. Coach Eaton's going to go out there to try to calm him down in between at bats. But that's the 7th straight ball that he has thrown now.
Yeah, just can't really have that if you're Chofei. You want to, again, not be falling behind in these counts. We'll see if he can come back like he did against Tito Kiefer in the third. The 3-0 hole. And wow, that wasn't even close. Plunks off of the batter, Delanto. And Delanto was not thrilled after that one. Tossed his bat directly at the ground. He does not seem happy with that pitch, and now he's having some words with the home plate umpire.
Not too sure what he's frustrated about. Chofei was just struggling out there on the mound after having thrown 7 straight balls. That one, the hit by pitch, being the 8th straight ball. It looks like there's some bickering going on between the home plate umpire and the coach for the Tarp Skunks as well. But like I said, I'm not too sure what Delanto is upset about. Regardless, he's on first base safely after getting hit.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why you're angry after, you wear a 80 mile per hour or 80 plus mile per hour pitch to your shoulder, but that was pretty clear that it wasn't intentional from Chofei. It's just he had some accuracy issues to start off the inning, but looks like he might have fixed that here against Nate Muncy. As the strike to start off the at-bat snaps his streak of 8 straight pitches that missed the zone. So runners on first and second, Chofei tried to escape this jam. No outs yet recorded for the young pitcher. Fastball misses low. So after he started off with the strike, back-to-back balls, making a 2-1 count. Approaching 5 o'clock here at Falcon Park. Top of the third inning, and that swung on hit into right center field. That will likely score one for the Tarp Skunks, and actually we'll see Paul Delanto advance to third as well. So Smith scores from second, Delanto moves to third. Runners on the corners, we're tied here at Falcon Park.
Muncy has had some incredible piece of hitting here tonight. He's 2 for 2 on the game, batting 1,000. Just perfectly placed balls have gotten him on. And thankfully for the Tarp Skunks, this time they had someone on. Just like you said, it's tie ball game here in the top of the fourth.
And Chofei's in danger. He's He still has yet to record an out this inning. That's 3 consecutive batters that he's let get on base. Now it's James Dixon up to bat. He lined out in his first at-bat, but this time he sends one into left field. Brendan Smith underneath it, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get that in time. And actually, yes, he will. Brendan Smith's arm keeping Delanto frozen at third. Well, it looked like it might have been a sacrifice fly from James Dixon, just turns into a generic flyout. And Matthew Chofei one step closer to getting out of this 4th inning.
A beautiful throw there from Brennan Smith to get it in time and make sure that Delanto stays at third. And Delanto was ready to tag up. He was in the running position, squatted down below his knees, and he looked like he was about to take off. Instead, his coach told him to stay.
The first pitch of the at-bat misses low. Caleb Jordan up at the plate. Jordan flew out in his first time around. I'm still somewhat surprised, though, that we didn't see Delanto take off. Maybe it's an issue of just not trusting his speed, but I feel like in a situation like that, you have to just take your chance and try to get the run that would put your squad in the lead.
Yeah, but I guess it was a good thing that he didn't, because he definitely would have been gunned out at home by Chase Moore. The ball bounced in before he even had a chance to try to tag up.
There's one cracked on the first base line, and it looks like that's fair. Jonathan Griggs not thrilled with that call, but that'll be, looks like a triple. And the throw at the plate, not in time. Griggs couldn't lay the tag down. And that's a 2-run triple for Caleb Jordan.
And head coach Thomas Eaton's going out there right now to talk to the home plate umpire. And I'm not sure what he disagrees with. I don't know if he disagrees with the hit or the tag at home base. But that one looked like it went fair and then went foul. I could be wrong, but that's what it looked like from this angle. It was very close, though. It looks like the call is going to stay, and the Tarp Skunks take a couple runs off the triple there.
Yeah, that triple gives 2 more runs to Jamestown, making it 3 total on the inning, a 3-1 lead for the Tarp Skunks. Yeah, that was not a hard hit triple whatsoever. Barely stayed fair, but just enough for the confusion to allow Jamestown to plate 2 runs off the triple. And Auburn now in a hole, still with a runner on third.
The first triple on the year as well for Caleb Jordan. And it comes up when it's needed the most.
Yeah, he's a guy who he only had 1 extra base hit heading into today's game. And, you know, it's really tough to classify that as a power shot because that really wasn't a hard hit ball. It was hit down the first base line and just really happened to be in the perfect spot. Lindquist pops that up, and it's going to be Will Ragland making a play at it. In fact, it's actually Jaden Madrid calls off Ragland and makes the snag. So after the shortstop, Jaden Madrid records the second out of the inning. The shortstop for Jamestown, Tito Kiefer, up to bat. Chofei looking to limit the damage to 3. As, Caleb Jordan still stands just 90 feet away from scoring. That pitch in there for strike 1. The 1-1 count. And a pitch high and inside, got away from Chofei. So after that triple from Caleb Jordan, Chofei has fallen behind, but again, the damage could be limited. Tito Kiefer, who's up at the plate right now, struck out at the hands of Chofei in his first at-bat with a 3-1 count. Chofei trying to run that back. Big pitch. It's swung on and it's missed. Beautiful toss there from Matthew Chofei.
And Chope, after giving up a few runs here in the fourth, would love a strikeout here to get out of the jam.
The 3-2 payoff pitch misses upstairs. Chope does a little jump hop. He knew that got away from him. That was a long at-bat, but it winds up with Tito Kiefer advancing to first. Anthony Trommer, the final batter in the Tarp Skunks order. He's up at the plate with 2 outs and runners on the corners.
Looks like timeout will be called by Griggs, the catcher. Let's go talk to Chope and calm him down.
Yeah, just the accuracy's been a concern, frankly, over these last 2 innings. You look what happened in the third. 2 walks, a hit given up, but then got out of it thanks to forcing Eric Weeks to hit into a double play. Hasn't had that same luxury. The plays that were once lucky for Chope turned unlucky, especially looking at that triple for Caleb Jordan. But 2 walks, a batter hit by a pitch that otherwise would have been a walk. Not a great 4th inning so far. So it's Anthony Trommer stepping into the batter's box. The first pitch of the at-bat misses outside. Not a bad pitch there from Chope, trying to see if he can get Trommer to bite. Trommer out of Bloomsburg. He swings and fouls that one off. Trommer just finished up his sophomore campaign at Bloomsburg. He's got a solid batting average. There's a throw down to first. Chope has had a great connection today with bats.
Oh, and that one, wow. That was probably the closest one yet. Probably just missed by a nanosecond. Looked like he applied the tag in time. Not sure if his hand was in there safely, but that one was close.
And there's Tito Kiefer taking off at second. And what a toss from Jonathan Griggs. Kiefer wasn't even close. Caleb Jordan didn't have time to even think about going home because, wow, Jonathan Griggs showed off the cannon.
What a way to end the inning there. Jonathan Griggs with the hose down to second base. Like you said, not even a chance on the stolen base attempt. Great play by the catcher. And that will do it here in the top of the 4th. As we're going to make our way to the bottom of the 4th. We'll take a break and be right back on the Doubledays YouTube channel. Score is 3-1 here in the bottom of the 4th. The Doubledays have some work to do, down by 2 runs at home. As the Tarp Skunks scored 3 runs in the top of the 4th. Evan Perocchio joined by Ryan Story here on this Sunday evening. And it has been a pitcher duel so far until the 4th. Due up to the plate is Teddy Monahan. First pitch to him, look out, almost clips him in the rib cage.
That was dangerous. Monahan had to completely step out of the batter's box after that one.
Monahan, who already has a single tonight in the first. Rips that one right field side, but that one goes right to the glove of Nate Muncy for the first out, who barely had to move.
Yeah, hard hit ball, just unlucky to be directly at one of those outfielders.
Muncy just retracted his steps a little bit, and then able to make the catch with the sun right in his eyes. So with that, Justin Batts, who struck out swinging in the first, steps up to the plate. Crowd starting to make some noise, laughing. They want to see the Doubledays have life. Down a couple runs here in the bottom of the fourth, and first pitch to him is outside downstairs for ball one. And it looks like Bryant is going to call for a new baseball from the home plate umpire. His wish will be granted. Steps back up to the rubber with the new baseball set to pitch. Bryant from the stretch, kicks field. This one's going to be fouled off over the stadium. Out of play for the count being tied 1-1. On deck is Jonathan Griggs, the catcher who ended the inning on a beautiful pickoff.
And that was just such an incredible throw to throw the guy out at second.
This one's going to go into center field for a base hit, dribbled off the mound. No one can come up with a play with it. Snuck past second base, just to the left of it. And Justin Batts reaches first base safely for the first time tonight. And here's Griggs, who hit for a fielder's choice and ended the inning. Bottom of the first, he's dealing with one out and one runner on.
Some bad luck today for Eli Bryant. These are not hard hit balls, but they're getting out of the infield and they're putting Doubledays runners on the bases.
This one's going to go through the legs of Bryant, and diving at that is Jordan. Neither of them can come up with it. It actually nutmegged the pitcher, Eli Bryant, there, and somehow Jordan was able to dive towards it and stop it with his body. So that should be a base hit for Jonathan Griggs, as advancing to second base is Justin Batts. And just like that, with one out, the Doubledays are starting to make some noise.
Heck of a play made there by Caleb Jordan. Even though he wasn't able to officially stop the ball, he wasn't able to secure it, he still managed to prevent it from going further into the outfield. Potentially, Batts could have taken third if not for that.
Here's William Ragland. First pitch to him plunks him right in the numbers. And he's going to make his way towards first base. And just like that, Eli Bryant in a bit of a jam after giving up two base hits. And now a hit by pitch to Ragland. And Lindquist is out there to go talk to his starting pitcher to calm him down before he faces off against the red-hot Brendan Smith.
That seems like a pitch right there that was just a pitcher who kind of had the yips almost. He just had a ball hit right at him that he had to dodge out of the way for. He wasn't really ready, it seemed like. And Ragland knew from the moment that pitch left the hand of Bryant, it was hitting him right in the shoulder.
And Lundquist did a good job there, called a timeout in a perfect moment to go talk to his starting pitcher. And here's Brendan Smith, who crushed the ball to center field but flew out. Working with bases loaded. First pitch to him is swung on and missed. Count is 0-1.
The tying run on second. The go-ahead run on first for Smith here.
Doubledays fans finally have life. Here in the bottom of the fourth, the stop flap is out. The 0-1 breaking ball misses upstairs for ball one. That one clocked in at 79 miles per hour from Bryant. Runners are off their bases. Fielders are playing a tad bit in. Trying to make the play at home. Bryant comes set. The 1-1. This one's cut on and missed. The breaking ball blown right by Smith. Count is 1-2.
Really, the only thing Smith can't afford to do here is strike out. He needs to put a ball in play and get the Doubledays moving.
And he has a fairly decent amount of RBIs on the season with 6. He would love another one here. The pitch from Bryant. That one's low. Gets past the catcher, Lindquist. Running in is Justin Batts. And the Doubledays score a run. 3-2 Auburn. They catch a break there on the wild pitch. Got past the catcher Lindquist, tried to turn his body to make the play. He could not come up with it. Still 2 runners on for the Doubledays as they steal a run from the Tarp Skunks here in the bottom of the 4th. Count is 2-2 to Smith.
Yeah, that's a big run given up because it gets the Doubledays one step closer, but also Smith can still add to the damage. He's got a full count after that pitch got away from Brian.
Look out there, Brendan Smith, the crowd with the onomatopoeia, the lows come out as that one was up and in there as well. And just like that, it was a 1-2 count. The payoff pitch will be on the way. Payoff pitch, this one swung on and missed, and Smith goes down swinging for the second out.
I do have a dirtiest car.
Here comes Miles Fontaine, the designated hitter. Flew out to the left field, Anthony Trummer. In the second inning, he's dealing with 2 outs, 2 runners on. And this is a huge at-bat for him because a base hit will score 2 runs. Draglin off second, Griggs off third. Pitch. This one's going to be popped up. Right field side, running in is Muncie. Does he have a play on it? He does. He comes up with it. And the Doubledays leave 2 stranded as Fontaine is retired on the fly out to right field. But the Doubledays, fortunately, score a run on a ball that was spiked in the ground by Bryant Lindquist. Could not come up with it. It's a 3-2 ball game. Doubledays down by 1. We're going to make our way to the top of the 5th. We'll be right back on the Doubledays YouTube channel.
Are you fun?
Top of the 5th. Scores 3-2. Jamestown leads this one. And we have a new pitcher out on the mound as Matthew Chopate's night is done. We're figuring out who it is because it's a new number to us. Sidearm pitcher, that is. And he's going to face off against Anthony Trummer, who walked and got left stranded in the 3rd. Zach Mueller.
Zach Mueller, the pitcher.
Next
Mueller.
pitch. Misses for a ball. Count is 2-0.
Mueller.
We have found out who the new pitcher is. Ryan, tell us who that is.
Yeah, the pitcher for the Doubledays is Zach Muir out of Cortland. He just graduated recently from Cortland High School, but there's a base hit, looks like, for the Tarp Skunks.
That's a double there by Anthony Trommer. Showing off his wheels, was all over that pitch. Hit it down the third base line. Chase Moore could not come up with it. Brennan Smith did a good job of getting it in to avoid a triple or potential in the park home run. So, wow, Anthony Trommer starts off top of the fifth with a double. And due up now is Grant Moore, who's 1 for 2 on the night. Grounded out to the second baseman, Rag. Then from there, he hit for a single in the third. The lefty Moore set in the box. Face off against the sidearm pitcher. The pitch. This one misses downstairs. Good stop there by Griggs. Count is 1-0.
Yeah, Muir was a big-time name at Cortland. He graduated this past season, but he batted over 450 for the Purple Tigers last year, and his ERA, 1.47. Some impressive two-way numbers for the local graduate.
His choke phase night is done. He had a couple strikeouts, few walks. Left with the score being 3-2 as that one's fouled off first base side towards the Tarp Scouts dugout. Chope didn't really have that awful of an outing until the fourth inning where he gave up 3 runs there.
And the plan for Chope was to keep him on a more limited pitch count heading into this game. The plan was always for him to go only 4 or 5 innings. Wow, what a play by Justin Batts.
Oh, and Justin Batts with a phenomenal leaping grab there. He's able to catch it.
And then he just throws it right off of the base runner, Anthony Trommer. That one had to hurt. That ball just right off the ribcage.
Yeah, Batts showing off his hops there on the line drive. Then his throw to second was almost in time to get the diving back Trommer, but Trommer a bit shaken up as that one either hit him right in the hand or in the helmet. Looks like Batts is going to go over to check on him. Not his fault whatsoever. Was just trying to make a double play. And it appears that Trommer, who's a bit shaken up, is okay. Madrid is checking on him. And it looks like he will be okay. So Grant Moore just very unlucky. That was a lineout right to the glove of Batts. Here's Eric Weeks, who's 0 for 2 on the night, dealing with a runner on second and 1 out. First pitch to him. In there for a strike. I'm clocked in at 77. Had some insane movement to it as well.
I just want to say that Justin Batts, this game is kind of indicative of what he's been doing all season. He's only had 3 errors on the year, and that's because he has a stellar ability to make plays like that in the field. We saw earlier this game as well with the over-the-shoulder catch. He's been balling today, and he does not make mistakes over at first.
Count is 2-1.
Hey, Mark.
Pitch. This one's cut on and missed. Looks like that. The count is tied 2-2.
Muir's looked strong to start off after giving up that double. He's really responded well, especially for a young pitcher.
The pitch. This one's going to be hit, and wow, Jaden Madrid with the diving catch on the run for the second out. I thought that one was for sure going to left field for a base hit. Madrid cut it off. What a play from the shortstop there to pick up the second out on the diving grab. I mean, wow, Ryan, that was just awesome by Jaden Madrid, the shortstop.
That was incredible. He went full horizontal, laid out to make that diving snag. Just a very impressive play. This infield has been playing incredibly today.
Trommer didn't even step 1 foot off the bag. I think he knew right away Madrid might have had a play on it. And here's Nolan Smith, who's 0 for 1 of the night with a backwards K in the first and walked and scored in the fourth. That one's in there for a strike. Count is 2-1. Smith, who's working with 2 outs. And a runner on second.
And part of what's been impressive about this outing by Muir is he was thrown right into the fire. He was going against this dangerous top of the order that Jamestown sports.
That one's fouled off, first base side.
But getting both Grant Moore and Eric Weeks, arguably the 2 best hitters on the squad, to to line out, that's impressive. Even though his fielders are showing up for him, he's forcing the best hitters that Jamestown has to offer into bad situations.
Outside 2-2. The pitch on the way. This one misses for a ball, and just like that, the count is full with 2 outs. Excuse me, home plate umpire says the count is 2-2, not 3-2. The pitch. That one misses for a ball, and now the count is 3-2.
Good thing for Muir that he had that extra pitch of relief.
Count is now full. Meyer gives the runner a look. Off second. Kick steals. The pitch. This one in there for a strike. And down looking goes Nolan Smith. That's a backwards K in the books. That's the second time tonight he struck out looking. Unfortunate for him. And Meyer able to escape the inning, leaving 1 run stranded. 3-2 Auburn Doubledays. We are going to make our way to the bottom of the 5th for the Doubledays at bats. We'll be right back on the Doubledays YouTube channel. Bottom 5, 3-2 Tarp Skunks. Leading off for the double tier is Ethan Smith. Hit for a single, then scored off of 2 passed balls in the 3rd inning. Still out there on the mound is Eli Bryant for the Tarp Skunks. The pitch. That one misses. Oh, home plate umpire calls that one a strike. Looked like it was outside, kind of a late call. My apologies there, but count is 0-1 to Ethan Smith.
Yeah, I thought that was a ball initially as well. It was definitely right on the line.
This one's cut on and missed, and Smith now down 0-2. Pitch. This one's going to be hit, and it spikes off the ground, and Bryant cannot collect it, bobbles it. Smith chopped that one that was going towards the ground and bounced right in front of the plate, and Bryant ran in on it and did not have a play. So Smith will reach first base safely. and what should be a base hit, I believe. I don't think that'll be ruled an error. That's a single for Ethan Smith, his second tonight. Here's Dustin Wortham, who struck out swinging in the third.
Yes.
Smith off first, and he lays down a bunt but pulls back. That one's a ball that misses.
Smith has been getting on base today. It hasn't been the most usual base hits, but hey, 2 singles. Even if they've barely been leaving the outfield or leaving the infield or staying entirely in the infield, still got to give him credit.
Wortham lays down a bunt again and pulls back. James Dixon had a huge jump on that one, the third baseman. Smith still on first base.
And Smith is taking a large lead off of first.
Dixon still in on the grass. The pitch. That one misses downstairs, and just like that, 3 straight balls to Dustin Wortham, who's well ahead in the count. It's like Dixon will back up to his normal position at third base. Smith off of first, giving him a look is Bryant. The pitch. That one misses, and just like that, Wortham will work a walk. Second double-base batter to reach first base safely here in the fifth. And the lineup will flip over. Here's Jada Madrid, who's going to pick up his third at-bat. It looks like the Tarp Skunks head coach is going to make his way out to the mound to go collect Eli Bryant as his night is done. There's the call to the bullpen here in the bottom of the fifth for the first time tonight for the Tarp Skunks. We're going to figure out who the new number is as they're going to warm up and face off against Madrid. We'll be right back as we step away for a brief moment on the Auburn Doubledays YouTube channel. We figured out who the new noodle is here in the bottom of the fifth. That's number 23, Colin Pence, who steps into this one with an ERA of 5.00. He has 0 wins, 1 loss. This is his 6th appearance on the season. He's not started any games. He does, however, have 2 saves on 9 innings pitched. What else do we know about him, Ryan?
Well, he's out of Trinity, where his team was actually the SAA regular season champions this past year. And I think the most notable thing about him is he might be playing the wrong sport, because at 6'4", 220, he's wearing number 23. People might confuse him for a basketball player.
The first player that comes to my mind, and we were just arguing about this, we think of 23, Michael Jordan, right?
Yeah, I think you would.
Yeah.
Now, I said LeBron James. I did say LeBron James at the break, but
I'm glad you retracted.
But 23 is Jordan's number. We all know that.
Stepping off is Pence, as cheating his way down the baseline a tad bit was Smith. And coming into this one in a bit of a jam, it's Pence. He's got no one out. Runners on first and second. That's Wortham off first, Smith off second. Madrid, who's 0-2, laying down a bunt right now. And he keeps his mind, stays with the bunt. Pence collects, throw to first. Is in time to the field umpire, and Doubledays fans cannot believe it. They think he pulled his foot.
That was close, Evan. I don't know.
And Thomas Eaton is already out there to go talk to the field umpire. He wants him to check with the home plate umpire. There's some bickering going on here in the bottom of the fifth between the Doubledays fans, kind of chirping at the umpire. And the two umpires going to intervene and talk about the call. And it looks like the call has been overturned. Madrid will be safe. So not sure if the home plate umpire changed the field umpire's mind or if the field umpire was influenced by Thomas Eaton. But the Tarp Skunks coach looks like he's going to kind of agree with the call, not try to argue the call. So bases are loaded, and Jade Madrid's bunt is successful as he is able to advance the runners and get on first base safely. Here's Chase Moore, who's 0 for 2 on the night, hit for an error in the first and grounded out in the third. First pitch to him is a ball. Smith is on third, Wortham on second, Madrid on first.
Yeah, I just think that play by Madrid is really indicative of why the Doubledays have gotten off to a hot start this season. They do the right things, they're making the right plays, and then they're running the right sacrificial plays so well that, in fact, it just turns into straight hits instead of sack bunts.
That one's in there for a strike. Count is tied 1-1. This is a huge at-bat for Moore. The fielders are kind of cheating it on the grass, trying to make the play at home. 1-1. This one's going to be hit in the left field. Running over his drummer, makes the catch. Tagging up is Smith. Here's the throw into home. It's going to be cut off by the pitcher Pence. And there's a run scored for the Auburn Doubledays to tie the game on a sac fly by Chase Moore. Smith showing off his wheels.
Yeah, we just talked about the sacrifice plays, and there's Chase Moore just looping one into the outfield and tying up this ballgame.
So scoring is Ethan Smith. And it looks like Pence threw the ball over to third base Dixon. He didn't think that the runner tagged up going to home, but instead the field umpire is going to call it safe that he did tag up. So Doubledays run will count. Here's Teddy Monahan. On first base still is Madrid. On second is Wortham. Monahan is 1 for 2 on the night. Score is 3-3. This one's going to be hit to the third baseman. Dixon gloves it. Throw to second in time. Here's the throw to first, which is not in time. So it will be a fielder's choice hit for Teddy Monahan as Madrid is retired trying to advance to second base. But on third base safely, however, is Wortham. So that is the second out here in the bottom of the fifth. No run scored.
And, you know, I thought Dixon might have had a chance to tag Wortham there and then make the throw over to second in time. But instead, we got a pickoff play, and there's a pickle as Madrid's caught. And he's tagged out, Monahan caught and tagged out.
I'll look away for 1 second, and we have a pickle. Unfortunate for the Doubledays as Monahan is picked off. Beautiful defensive shown there by the Tarp Skunks. And that will end the inning. Doubledays score a run. We're going to make our way to the top of the sixth. We'll be right back on the Doubledays YouTube channel. Top of the sixth. Game is tied 3-3. The Doubledays are able to score a run in the bottom of the fifth to tie it up. Paul Dulato steps up to this one. 0 for 1 on the night. The cleanup batter. Looking to get things going for the Tarp Skunks. As that one is called a strike by the home plate umpire. It has been a very eventful game. The runs were not scored until the third inning. That one misses for a ball. The Doubledays scored a run in the bottom of the third. You're just joining us now. And on the top of the fourth, the Tarp Skunks scored 3. Then from there, the Doubledays scored 1 in the bottom of the fourth, and then 1 in the bottom of the fifth. This one's going to be fouled off towards the Tarp Skunks dugout. Count is 1-2. The new pitcher is Meyer, we talked about earlier. Working with the 1-2 count. Throws from the sidearm position. The pitch. This one's cut on a miss. Meyer with the strikeouts, and Doubledays fans love that one.
Yeah, Muir has been balling so far today. And again, it reminds me of what he did back at Cortland. He was just a guy who was always so talented for this high school squad. And he's a valuable asset for the Doubledays to add.
This one's fouled off. Here's Nate Muncie. 2 singles on the night. Muir working with 1 out, no one on. And this one's going to be hit to Madrid, who gloves it. Throw to first is in time. The 6-3 put out is in time, and Jaden Madrid's glove has been sharp tonight.
Yeah, he's been on point, and that connection with Justin Betts also been on point.
Just like that, there are quickly 2 outs here in the top of the sixth. And stepping up to the plate is James Dixon. The third baseman is 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts on the night. First pitch to him is in there for a strike. The pitch. This one's also in there for a strike. Dixon did not think so, and just like that, the count is 0-2 with 2 outs.
This is where Dixon has to be a bit more protective of that plate.
That one is low for a ball downstairs. Count is 1-2. Dixon set in the box. The 1-2. This one's fouled off. Dixon stays alive. The 1-2. This one's going to be hit to Madrid again. Gloves it. Throw to first. Again in time. Jaden Madrid has been sharp in the field tonight for the Auburn Doubledays, getting some love from his teammates. 3 up, 3 down. No hits, no runs. Tie game 3-3. We're going to make our way to the bottom of the sixth for the Doubledays at bat. We'll be right back on the Doubledays YouTube channel. close and intense game here at Falcon Park. Game one of tonight's doubleheader between the Doubledays and the Tarp Skunks. Score is tied 3-3 out there still on the mound as Pence is going to face off against Justin Batts. First pitch misses for a ball. And we are underway here in the bottom of the sixth. Justin Batts is 1 for 2 on the night with a strikeout swinging in the first. And then the fourth, he hit a single, scored. Thanks for a wild pitch. This one's going to be cracked right to Tito Kuiper. Throw to first is in time for the 6-3 putout. Just so you know, Ryan, that is back-to-back-to-back outs between the two teams that have been hit to shortstop gloves, and they've been able to make the play. So Riggs really does not want to hit it to the shortstop here for another out.
Yeah, that's 6-3 connection. It's been lethal.
Jonathan Briggs hit for a single in the fourth and got left stranded. Working with one out, no one on. First pitch to him, he waves at. Kind of had a late swing there.
Hence clipped 90 miles per hour right there.
Looks like Griggs made up his mind last second on that pitch. Next one misses for a ball. Count is tied 1-1. On deck is Ragland, the sixth batter in the Doubledays lineup, who is still looking for his first hit on the night. The pitch. That one is in there for a strike. Count is 1-2 to the righty Ragland. The 1-2. This one's going to be hit right to the glove of Caleb Jordan. Looked like it was going to go into center field, but Jordan, the second baseman, robs Briggs of a hit. A lot of lineouts tonight that look like they're going to get down and instead go right to the gloves. And Briggs is talking up Ragland about some of the pitches from Pence. Ragland, like we said, has not picked up a hit. He was actually plunked in the fourth and got left stranded. This one misses for a ball. And there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth as the Doubledays would like to score a run here as it's only a 7-inning game. And then protecting the top of the seventh to win the game. The pitch. This one's going to be hit again to Jordan. Gloves it. Throw to first is in time, and the Doubledays go 3 up, 3 down with no hits, no runs. Still a tied game here as we make our way to the top of the seventh. And this could be the last inning of play unless it's a tie. So stay around for this action-packed game, a very close one, as the Doubledays look to protect and then score in the seventh. We'll be right back on the Doubledays YouTube channel. Top of the seventh, Caleb Jordan, who did it all last inning at second base, steps up to the plate. He hit a triple in the fourth and got left stranded. He flew out in the second inning. First pitch is a ball. We are underway here in the seventh inning. The pitch on the way. This one's going to be duffed on. Pitcher collects it, throw to first is in time. The 1-3 putout retires Caleb Jordan, who was just unlucky there. He kind of duffed it to the ground and hit it right back to Meyer.
Yeah, Muir there really moved slowly, but kind of a veteran play because he knew exactly how much time it would take to make that throw down to first, didn't rush it, and made the correct play.
Calm, cool, and collect for the first out here in the seventh. Here's the catcher, Lindquist.
So Johnny just finished.
Who was 0 for 1 on the night. He walked in the third and flew out to the shortstop, Madrid, in the fourth. He's working with the 0-1 count, 1 out, no one on. Next pitch from Muir, misses for a ball.
Yep. It is, yes, same two guys, not showing Will.
This one's going to be hit to the third baseman, Moore, who collects it. His throw to first is in time. Beautiful stretch there by Bats. And an impressive throw from Moore across the diamond for the second out.
Muir working his way through quickly, already recording 2 outs. Now just has to get through Tito Kiefer. And we'll see the Doubledays back up at the bottom of the seventh if he can get through him.
So third base coach for the Tarp Skunks is going to talk to Kiefer with 2 outs and no one on. And this gives Muir some more time to calm down his nerves and focus on some pitches. He's being talked to right now by Ragland and Madrid. Gonna walk around. Looks like the meeting between the third base coach and Kiefer is over. Kiefer has yet to pick up a hit so far in this one. The pitch from Muir misses for a ball downstairs. The pitch, this one in there for a strike. The 1-1. That misses outside for ball 2. Muir has had a very impressive outing so far. That one misses for a ball. He's been sharp on the mound, showing really no emotions whatsoever. Just kind of taking his time before every pitch, rifling it in there. He's down 3-1 though. The pitch, this one's going to be hit into shallow center field. Running in is Monahan, and he watches it drop in front of him. Sound like the bat broke a little bit. And it was kind of duffed into center field. It dropped in between the second baseman Ragland and Teddy Monahan. So the Tarp Skunks stay alive with 2 outs here in the top of the seventh as Kiefer picks up a base hit.
And that's just the first hit that Muir has given up since he allowed that double in his opening at-bat against Anthony Trommer, who's now back up right now.
Trommer's batting 1,000 on the night with a double, as you talked about, in the fifth, and then walked in the third and got left stranded. Count is 1 out of him. The pitch. This one, check swung on. Home plate umpire says he went. Count is tied 1-1. The pitch. And throwing it down to first base to try to get the runner is Griggs. An impressive jump and throw. But the tag was not in time from Bats. Count is 2-1. And Griggs has been sharp behind the plate tonight. There's a throw over to try to pick off Kiefer. That is also not in time. And Doubledays defense really keeping an eye on Kiefer. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and missed. And just like that, the count is 2-2 with 2 outs. Muir looking for another strike here to end the inning to bring up the Doubledays bats and try to win it. The pitch. This one's high. Count is full. 3-2. Next pitch coming up is huge for Muir. Here it comes set from the stretch. The payoff pitch. This one swung on and missed. Muir picks up the strikeout on Anthony Trummer, who hit a double off of him in the fifth. Retires him. The Doubledays defense leaves one of the Tarp Skunks runners stranded. The score is still tied 3-3. The Tarp Skunks have not scored runs since the fourth inning. The Doubledays are due up. They look to win this one here in the bottom of the seventh of game one of tonight's doubleheader. We'll be right back after this brief break. Don't go anywhere as the Doubledays try to win this one. The Doubledays are looking to win this one here in the bottom of the seventh. The score is tied. Leading off for the Doubledays is Brendan Smith, who's 0 for 2 on the night. He is a known power hitter. One swing of the bat for the Doubledays could win it. He's going to face off against Pence. The pitch. This one's fouled off towards the Tarp Skunks dugout. Count is 0-1. Both teams have 6 hits on the night. Only Jamestown has an error in the field with 1. Smith struck out swinging in the fourth. The 0-1 on the way. This one's cut on a miss. Count is 0-2.
Yeah, the Doubledays today have done a much better job of spreading out their offensive production. I mean, you look at runs in 3 different innings, runners in scoring position, and way more than that. For Jamestown, it's all just been that fourth inning.
The 0-2. This one's cut on a miss, and Brendan Smith goes down swinging for the second time tonight. Miles Fontaine steps up to the plate. He's also 0 for 2 on the night. There's one out here in the bottom of the seventh.
Tane's been making good contact. It's just about putting it in the right spot, see if he can control it better against Pence.
The 0-0. This one's going to be fouled off. Both batters all over first pitch. Smith obviously not able to capitalize. He went down swinging. So let's see if it's different for Fontaine here. Pence gets his signs from his catcher. The 0-1. This one swung on and missed. Pass balls have been working tonight for Pence. Pence working well ahead 0-2. Kick steals the pitch. This one well high. Fontaine had to duck down. Count is 1-2.
Well, despite that pitch, that was the 20th pitch we've seen Pence throw. 15 of them have been strikes. He's been certainly efficient.
Doubledays fans starting to clap and make some noise. Count is 1-2 to the righty Fontaine. The pitch. This one swung on and missed. And there's the second out here in the bottom of the seventh. Ethan Smith is 2 for 2 on the night. He scored twice with 2 singles.
And then a tie in a doubleheader?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I
So
was.
Smith steps into the box with no one on, 2 outs. Doubledays try to win it and not go into extra innings. He just wants Smith to reach first base safely. Fouls one off. Count is 0-1. Pitch. This one swung on and missed. And Pence's swing and miss rate tonight has been exceptional against the Doubledays. Smith down 0-2. Wortham. Night looks like it's done. We have a pitch batter in place of him. The pitch. This one's going to go into left field for a base hit. The Doubledays have life with 2 outs as Ethan Smith is 3 for 3 in game 1 of tonight's doubleheader. And we do, in fact, have a pinch batter. It's number 7, Chase Massey. As Dustin Wortham, his night is done at the plate. He went 0 for 1. Chase Massey has been huge for the Doubledays all season. Could come up clutch here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch misses for a ball. And off first base dancing around was Smith, but he heads back to first base. Dustin Wortham struck out swinging in the 3rd, then walked and got left stranded in the 5th. Massey working with a 1-out count. Smith has to dive back to first base as there's a pickoff attempt from Pence. Massey's batting .280 on the season. Like I said, it's been sharp for the Doubledays. The 1-0, this one's going to be fouled off. And we'll go above the dugout of the Tarp Skunks and roll off the net. Changing our camera right now. The one battery died, so apologies about that. All right, we're back in action. This one is going to be fouled off. Counts is 1-2. Massey's been fouling them off. Off first base still is Smith. 1-2 pitch on the way. This one's going to be hit into left field. Running in is Trommer, and it drops in between the shortstop keeper and Trommer. There's a throw to third to try to get Smith. It's not in time. He's in safe with the dive into third base. A runner for the Doubledays 90 feet away from scoring, and there's a base hit for the pinch batter, Chase Massey.
Big time hit and great job for Ethan Smith getting the run over to third, and it looked like he was going to slide off the bag, make sure to keep his hand pressed on third base. Great job all around by your Auburn Doubledays.
Back-to-back hits for the Auburn Doubledays, both of them being singles. Smith 90 feet away from scoring. Jaden Madrid steps up to the box. First pitch to him is going to be hit into center field. Running in is Moore, and he makes the catch on the run. Upsetting for Jaden Madrid. It looked like it was going to get down and be the walk-off hit, and fans cannot believe it either. The Doubledays had life with 2 outs, and Jaden Madrid just unlucky there. He's smiling because he knew he just missed a walk-off. He cannot believe it. Score is still tied 3-3. This one's going to go into extra innings. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back at the top of the 8th. Extra innings have arrived here at Falcon Park. What a fun first game of tonight's doubleheader it has been. And leading off will coincidentally be the leadoff batter, Grant Moore. And it looks like it's going to be just like the Major League Baseball rule here for the PGTBL. The runner will start on second base for the Tarp Skunks. Grant Moore lays down a bunt but pulls back and ricochets off the glove of Griggs. He's able to collect it, throw it back, and the runner will not advance. Count is 1-0 to the lefty Grant Moore, who is 1 for 3 on the night so far. Looks like timeout has been called by Grant Moore to go talk to his third base coach. Not sure if the signs weren't clear or if he sees something that we don't. But nonetheless, the count is still 1-0 with no outs. And it looks like the pinch runner for the Tarp Skunks at second base, I believe, is number 11, Anthony Trommer.
Yep, it's always the batter before, so he was 10th in the order since it flipped around to 1. Trommer stands at second and would be the go-ahead run for Jamestown.
Batter before the last out. This one's going to be hit but fouled off first base side. Sounded like that bat cracked a little bit, and in fact it did. Moore is going to get a new bat. From the dugout, and count is tied 1-1.
Now he's all stocked and reloaded.
Off of second is Trommer. Counts 1-1. The pitch. Laying down a bunt again as Moore. He pulls back. That misses for a ball. Good eye there from Moore. Count is 2-1. Coming set is Muir, still on the mound. The pitch. He lays down a bunt, pulls back. That one just misses for a ball. Muir giving the runner a look. 3-1. This one's going to be roped into right field and dropped for a base hit. The run from second base, Trommer will score with ease as that one goes to the corner. Going to third base with ease as well as Moore. The throw into third is not in time. A triple for Grant Moore to give the Tarp Skunks the lead here in the top of the 8th inning. One swing in the bat scores the runner from second base. The new bat that Grant Moore got had superpowers as the Tarp Skunks take the lead.
Yeah, what a hit by Grant Moore. Absolutely crushed that. That's his second triple of the season. And the second we've seen today out of the Tarp Skunks.
Stepping up to the plate is Eric Weeks. 0 for 3 on the night, dealing with a runner 90 feet away from scoring. First pitch to him is a strike. Doubledays have 8 hits on the game compared to the Jamestown Tarp Skunks 7. This one misses, and it gets away from Griggs, but the runner off of third will not run. That was a great jump by Griggs to get the ball in time to prevent another run from scoring.
And that's just a testament to Jamestown's respect for the catcher behind the plate because and Grant Moore easily could have tried to run home from third, but he knew that Griggs was a talented veteran catcher who might have been able to get that ball back and play before Moore could make his way down to home plate.
2-1 on the way from Mueller. This one misses downstairs. Count is 3-1. Weeks well ahead. The pitch. This one's going to be cracked towards left field. Brendan Smith will have to run back a tad bit. Makes the catch, and the runner tags up from third, but decides to head back to third. Brendan Smith has done a phenomenal job tonight, getting the ball in time to prevent runs from tagging up and scoring. And Monahan, the center fielder, is going to tell him, hey, what a throw from you to prevent another run from coming in. 1 out, 4-3. The stake put at third was Grant Moore.
You know, Evan, I might be crazy, and I respect Brendan Smith's arm as much as the next guy, but it seems like Jamestown just isn't taking risks with tagging up against him. It's the second time today we've seen that exact play happen. I think, especially now that you have the 1-run cushion, why not just go for it and try to make it a 2-run lead?
This one's going to be smacked towards right field. Running back is Muncie, and that one leaves the field. A 2-run shot for Nolan Smith to open this one up in the top of the 8th. Wow, Nolan Smith knew that one was gone right away with the bat flip. And the Doubledays are stunned. Down 6-3 in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, not much you could do there. Of course, I immediately jinxed that by saying, why didn't they just go for the run? Because Nolan Smith decided he's going to make it a no-doubter. And he knew as soon as he swung, flipped the bat, trotted it out. Yep, that puts Auburn in a rough spot here in their first extra innings appearance of the season.
What a crowd silencer here at Falcon Park as the lead is extended. They've scored the pinch runner and then got 2 more runs. And Muir definitely a little bit frustrated with himself. Here's Paul Delanto. Next pitch to him. Misses for a ball. Count is 2-0 with 1 out. I mean, Smith just really got all of that one. Perfect off the bat. And he knew that one was gone right away, right over the Duncan sign in right field.
That's the 7th home run of the season for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. And for Smith, I believe that's his first home run of the campaign. It is at least, yes, his first home run for Jamestown.
So count is 3-1 to Delanto. Pitch. This one misses, and just like that, that will be another Tarp Skunks runner on first base safely here in the 8th.
I can bet you Zach Muir is really upset now that Jaden Madrid's shot into center field didn't land fair because right now his ERA just skyrocketed after having such a good stretch. Made it through the 5th, 6th, 7th, and looked brilliant out there. But just the 8th inning has not been his day.
Here's Nate Muncie, who's 2 for 3 on the game. 2 singles and a ground out to Madrid in the 6th. Gotten at bat in every other inning, working with 1 out and a runner on first. He smashes that one foul towards the Tarp Skunks dugout. He's down 0-2. And for Muir, you need a strikeout here to get your second down, but you'd love a double play to escape the inning. The pitch. Breaking ball gets away from him. Count is 1-2. Delanto dancing off first. The pitch. This one's going to be smashed. Right field side, but out of play over the bullpen for the Tarp Skunks. And if that one stayed fair, well, that might have had another shot of potentially going out. If not, hitting off the wall in right field and being a double or a triple. This one's going to be smashed towards center field. Underneath it is Monahan, who makes the catch on the run for the second out. The fly out from Muncie. He ends 2 for 4. Here's James Dixon, the third baseman, still looking for his first hit on the game. He's 0 for 3 with 2 flyouts and 1 ground out to Madrid. Both teams tied with 8 hits on the game. The pitch. And that one will plunk him in the lower back, and he will reach first base safely. Not ideal there from Muir at all, and that's the first time tonight that Dixon will reach first base safely. And here is Caleb Jordan, 1 for 3 on the game with a triple in the 4th.
Remember, it's about limiting the damages. Yes, you've given up some runs. That's okay. You can trust your offense to recover for you in the bottom half of the inning. Can't let it get worse than 3, though.
This one is in there for a strike. Count is 0-1. Your attention right now was on Delanto on second base, who was dancing around. That one is in there for a strike as well. The count is 0-2. Jordan down. Muir needs a strike here to leave some runners on. The pitch. That one misses outside. Count is 1-2. The pitch. This one gets well away from the catcher Griggs, and both runners will advance with ease. That's definitely a wild pitch for Muir. And now 2 Tarp Skunks runners are in scoring position. And the count was 0-2. It's now 2-2 with 2 outs. Muir definitely struggled so far in the top of the 8th. This one will hit Caleb Jordan. Back-to-back hit by pitches. That one clips him right in the knee. He appears to be okay. And Thomas Eaton is going to make his way out to the mound. And the Tarp Skunks really ahead here in the 8th with bases loaded. 2 outs ahead, 6-3.
With a whole nother game after this, I can't imagine this is anything more than a pep talk for Zach Muir. But if you're Coach Thomas Eaton, you really need your pitcher to get out of this just the 3 runs. But with the bases loaded, you got 2 outs on the board, but there's a lot of potential for a huge deficit heading into the bottom of the 8th.
So like you said, Muir is going to stay out there on the mound. Thomas Eaton, like you also said again, Ryan, was just giving him a pep talk. Branston Lindquist steps up to the plate, the catcher. 0 for 2 on the game with a walk, a fly out, and a ground out. Grounded out in the 7th. Working with bases loaded and 2 outs. And for right now, the Tarp Skunks are just going to try and get insurance runs, because the Doubledays still have at-bats in the bottom of the 8th. Yo-oh. Muir fires that one in there, but it just misses for a ball. 83-mile-per-hour fastball is just below the knees. Counts 1-0. The pitch. Breaking ball. Misses upstairs. Count is 2-0.
Lindquist only has a .244 batting average on the season. You have to be throwing over the plate right now.
That one almost clips Lindquist. Count is 3-0. Muir is going to take his time before this next pitch. The 3-0. That's ball 4. A run will score for the Tarp Skunks, making it 7-3. That's Paul Delanto. On third base is James Dixon. On second is Caleb Jordan. And Branston Lindquist reaches first base safely for the second time tonight. Back to back to back. Jamestown Tarp Skunks runners make it to first base safely. And here's Tito Kiefer. 1 for 2 on the game.
Yeah, if you're Kiefer here, you can just afford to wait until you can just wait until Muir throws something over the middle, which he does right there.
Count is 1-1. Keeper. Correction. This one's going to be fouled off, out of play, again over the Tarp Skunks pen. The pitch misses. Ball 2. Counts tied 2-2. That one also misses. Just like that, the count is full. Muir was ahead 1-2. Working himself back in the count now. It's Kiefer.
Has to be in the zone.
The payoff pitch on the way. That's ball 4, and Muir really struggling here in the 8th. 5 runs have scored for the Tarp Skunks. 8-3 them. Kiefer walks. On second is Lindquist. On third is Jordan, and scoring is Dixon. It's 8-3 Skunks.
Yeah, just a completely different outing between innings 5 through 7 and then 8 for Muir. Innings 5 through 7, he had only given up 2 hits and struck out 2 batters. Here in the 8th, and by the way, in those 3 innings, he didn't walk or hit a single batter. Here in the 8th, he's walked 3, hit 2, given up 2 big-time hits, and struck out none so far.
Counts 0-2 to Trommer, who was actually the pinch runner to start out the inning. He ended up scoring off the Grant Moore triple. Next pitch to him is ball 1. Count is 1-2. Muir has been able to get in the head in the count in the past 3 at-bats, then gets down. So let's see what he does here as that one misses for a ball. Count is 2-2. The 2-2. That is ball 3. It was 0-2. And now the count is full, and the crowd really just wants to see a strikeout. The payoff pitch on the way to try to end the inning. This one swung on a miss. And Muir finally escapes the inning. It's a strikeout on Trommer, who strikes out in back-to-back innings. I mean, the damage really has been done here in the top of the 8th. 5 runs given up. Grant Moore started it with a triple for the Skunks, and then a 2-run blast by Nolan Smith gives them 3 runs. So that will do it here in the top of the 8th. Doubledays have a ton of work to do. 5 to tie it, 6 to win. We're going to make our way to the bottom of the 8th. We'll be right back. Bottom of the 8th, the score is 8-3 Skunks. A huge inning for them. They score 5 runs They top the eighth. It's a 2-run shot by Smith. Here's Chase Moore. The Doubledays have a ton of work to do. Madrid will be the pinch runner off second base. The 0-0. That one's in there for a strike. And we do, in fact, have a new pitcher. What do we know about him, Ryan?
Well, Chase Brand's on the mound out of Seton Hill University, and we talk about guys having great ERAs. Here's a guy who has a .9 ERA through 7 appearances for Jamestown. Has thrown 10 total innings on the season, struck out 19 batters in those 10 innings, has a record of 1-0 with 2 saves.
Great stop there by the catcher, Branston Lindquist. Make sure that Madrid stays on second. The 1-1. And it looks like Chase Moore could not hold up his check swing. He's down the count 1-2. And Baran, no stranger. Slow pitch that all. That one was clocked in at 94 miles per hour. The pitch. This one's fouled off 96. Wow. From Baran.
I didn't even know the Falcon Park speed tracker could even get that high. I didn't know it could say 96 on the scoreboard.
That's definitely the fastest pitch that we've seen all season. He said he's from Seton Hall.
Seton Hill.
Seton Hill. My apologies there. The 1-2. This one blown right past Chase Moore. 97 miles per hour. The fastball is working for Baran as Chase Moore goes down on strikes.
Chase.
Teddy Monahan steps up. First pitch is in there for a strike. Monahan has a single in the first. Then from there, he went 0-2. Madrid has not been able to move off from second base yet. This one swung on and missed. 95 from Baran.
Okay, so my question is, that was a guy who consistently throws mid-90s, a D2 pitcher. I mean, I feel like he's going to be one of the people who take advantage of the NIL system. He's got to be jumping up to a D1 school.
Yeah, we'll probably be seeing his name appear on the TV on ESPN here soon on some D1 college. I was thinking the same thing. This guy is just pitching incredibly. His speed is definitely working. He's head 0-2 to Monahan. Brand kick steals. This one fouled off. Monahan just a tad bit late.
It's a new challenge for the Doubledays. We'll see how they adjust. It's already unlikely that they're going to put together 5 runs in this inning, but we'll see if anyone can get it kicked off. It's Teddy Monahan.
0-2. Swung on a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Baran. And he is looking like a cheat code here for the Skunks. And about the 8th. Justin Batts, the first baseman, steps up to this one. 1-for-3 on the game. Dealing with Madrid still off of second base. The 0-0 to him. This one's upstairs at ball 1. 96 miles per hour.
Baran's velocity has not dipped whatsoever since he's started.
That one's in there for a strike. Count is tied 1-1. Doubledays fans with 2 outs making some noise. They just want to see one hit. They want to see a little bit of a comeback. The pitch. That one's upstairs. The ball 1. Look out. Great stop again from Lindquist. Count is 2-1. Pitch. Misses for ball 3. On deck is Griggs. If Batts reaches first base safely. Batts had 3-1. Ran set. Kick steals the pitch. This one in there for strike 2. And just like that, the Doubledays are down to their last out and last strike with the count being full. Bats needs a ball or a base hit to stay alive. Brand kick steals. The 3-2 is fouled off. First base side well out of play. Over the deck. Out on the first base side. So staying alive is Bats. Doubleday still down to their last strike. Brand comes set. The payoff pitch on the way. This one in there for strike 3. Down looking goes Justin Bats. Back to back to back strikeouts for Brand to end the game, and the Doubledays lose this game 8-3. They drop to 13-7 on the season, and the Skunks improve to 14-6 on the season. 5 runs scored in the top of the 8th for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks to basically win them the game. And not only was the hitting sharp tonight late in the game, but the pitching was phenomenal as Brand ended the game by striking out the side. What else do you have for us, Ryan, that you saw that went well other than late phenomenal hitting, clutch hitting, and clutch pitching?
Yeah, I think it was just when Auburn wasn't doing things right, we saw Jamestown capitalize on it far more than vice versa, because Auburn just had stretches where they weren't playing their best baseball. It happened in the 4th and it happened in the 8th. Each time, Jamestown was able to string together multiple runs. Auburn just stranded too many batters for that to be the case. They could string together 1-run innings, 1-run spurts, but they couldn't put up multiple runs in a singular inning, and that's why Jamestown eventually, the wave was just too big for Auburn's small little dam to hold it back.
And just kind of a nightmare top of the 8th for Muir, unfortunately. He was sharp up until that inning. I mean, he was incredible.
Yeah.
We're leaving a starting pitcher for the Doubledays up to his duties, and then just a rough extra inning top of the 8th for him. So, time is 6:33 p.m. As we said, tonight's game is a 7-inning doubleheader. Doubledays dropped game 1. They dropped to 13-7. Tarp Skunks improved to 14-6. 8-3 is your final score. Evan Carocchio signing off. So is Ryan Story for game 1. We're going to take a brief break. It's looking like game 2 will start at about 7:05.
That was the original plan, yes.
7:05, I'd say. So we're going to keep the stream on, I believe, and walk away. And we'll be back for game 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after intermission between the games. We'll be right back. Welcome into Game 2 of the doubleheader. As the Auburn Doubledays are taking on the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. In Game 2, Tarp Skunks won Game 1 8-3. Top of the 8th, went in extra innings. They won. Basically, thanks to the top of the 8th, where they scored 5 runs. Doubledays scored 0 in the bottom of the 8th. And we are underway here in Game 2. Grant Moore is leading off for the Tarp Skunks. He's working with a 2-0 count as the field umpire and home umpire have switched positions. Number 19, I believe, out there on the mound for the Auburn Doubledays. We didn't have his name down on our stat sheet. That's Braylon Dominguez pitching. He's working with a 3-0 count to Grant Moore.
And Dominguez has been good throughout the season for the Doubledays, but as of late, he's been on fire. His record is only 0-1, but his ERA, 2.57. He's definitely someone who can ball. And by the way, that one loss was in a game where he was absolutely throwing great stuff, but just at the very end gave up 1 run, and the Auburn Doubledays couldn't match it.
The count is 3-1 to the lefty Moore. Next pitch is going to be popped up out of play, third base side on the Doubledays dugout. So just like that, the payoff pitch is on the way. Doubledays are in their home white uniforms. Tarp Skunks are in their road blue jerseys, blue uniforms, excuse me. Payoff pitch. This one swung and a miss. We are underway here with 1 out thanks to a strikeout by Dominguez to Grant Moore. And Moore in the first game, he went 2 for 3. He hit the triple in the 8th to basically start things off in their rally in the top of the 8th and to win them the game. Here's Heath Betchick. First pitch to him, plunks him. And that will be the first runner on bases here in Game 2 of tonight's 7-inning doubleheader.
It seems like the batters today have had magnets in their shoulders because they've been getting plunked throughout the day.
Betchick, we did not see him in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Now here's Nolan Smith, who was a familiar name. It's definitely familiar. He was the one who hit the 2-run home run in the 8th. He went 1 for 3. He showed up when it mattered the most. He hit a no-doubt 2-run blast over the right field Duncan wall. He's working with 1 out and a runner on first. Only a 30-minute break in between games. Enough for the players to relax and enough for them to get warmed up again. First pitch to Smith, misses for a ball. Count is 1-0. Doubledays defense, Luke Wire at third, Flint Shoup at shortstop, Titus Hutchins at second, Braden Michelson at first. Behind the plate, that's Jake Benavega. Left field, Chase Massey. Center field is Teddy Monahan and Burt Maxim in right field. Next pitch to Smith. Check swings, but holds up. It's misses for a ball. Count is 2-0. Smith started out the game, Game 1, with a backwards K. Then he walked and scored in the 4th. Struck out swinging in the 5th. That one misses for a ball, and then obviously hit the 2-run home run in the 8th. That one is in there for a strike. Now it's 3-1. Time is 7:11. Lights are on. I'm starting to set a little bit, kind of in the player's eyes, however. Pitch. This one's going to be roped, and it hits the glove of Dominguez. Throws to first in time. Dominguez tried to get out of the way of it. Instead, it ricochets off his leg, hits the end of his glove, and dives. He's able to collect it and make the play to first. He appears to be a tad bit shaken up as that one drilled his backside. Let's hope that he's okay. Looks like he is going to walk around, though. Thomas Heaton is out there. Looks like the call to the Doubledays trainer has been made as well. Check on Dominguez.
Yeah, that was an interesting play. The ball bounced off his that hip lower back area and shot straight down. I was surprised it just stayed on the mound and didn't ricochet off of it, but at least Dominguez was able to record the out.
Advancing to second is Fetchik. Dominguez very lucky he got that play, and the trainer is checking on him right now. Like I said, he is definitely shaken up, kind of grimacing a little bit. Trainer's going to check on his legs. On deck for the Skunks is Paul Delonto, the catcher. Branston Lindquist was the catcher in Game 1. He will not be playing in Game 2 that we know of so far. Dominguez working his legs a little bit, taking his time. He's going to step back up on the mound. Looks like he's going to throw some practice pitches. Head coach Thomas Eaton and the trainer are going to watch him.
Yeah, you don't want him putting his health at risk, but if he's able to go, certainly the Doubledays had a plan for him to stick it out here in the second game of the doubleheader.
Here's the practice pitches. The first one looked like he was in pain. The next one would have been a strike. He appears to be okay, however. He's going to make his way to the mound. Thomas Eaton back in the dugout. So is the trainer. And Dominguez will be okay. Off of second is Fetchik. Alonso up to the plate. He did play in Game 1. He was the designated hitter. He was hit by a pitch and walked. Other than that, did not pick up any hits. First pitch he sees is a ball. Dancing off of second is Fetchik. Definitely caught the attention there of Dominguez.
There's a nice strike pitch, though. 87 miles per hour right down the gut.
Now it's tied at 1-1. No one's really holding Fetchik close. This one's fouled off. Counts 1-2. Dominguez well ahead. The Doubledays at the start of the game did a great job of leaving runners stranded on the bases for the Tarp Skunks hitters. But then it all went downhill in the fourth. Let's hope that this is the case for the rest of the game. Dominguez pitches. It's fouled off again. Staying alive is Delonto. Ricochets off the back wall and kicks on the field. Count still 1-2. Delonto set in the box. Dominguez set off the rubber. Gives Fetchik a look. The pitch. Breaking ball. Misses well upstairs. And Fetchik was going to make his way to third, but has to hold up as Benavenga caught that one on the hop. Good stop there by the catcher for the Auburn Doubledays. Count is now tied at 2-2. That one gets away. There's the throw to third to try to get Fetchik. It will not be in time. So the count is now full. It was 1-2. Fetchik advances to third. Great heads-up base running by him.
That's his 8th stolen base of the year. He's very consistent when he does it. He's never been caught stealing this season.
The pitch. This one swung on a miss. Tarp Skunks leave one stranded. The second strikeout on the inning for Dominguez. No hits, no runs, nothing ball game. We're going to make our way to the bottom of the first for the Doubledays at-bats. We'll be right back. Bottom of the first inning, score is 0-0. Chase Massey leading off for the Auburn Doubledays. He's the left fielder tonight for them. And on the mound is number 16, Joseph Santos, a southpaw. Actually listed as a righty in their roster online, but that's incorrect. He's a southpaw. Stands on the rubber at 5'9". He's from Merritt, Pennsylvania. To face off against Massey, who was a pinch batter in Game 1. And now we'll start Game 2. First pitch to him is a ball. We are underway here in the bottom of the first. The 1-0. This one's going to be fouled off, third base side. Counts tied 1-1.
Now, Santos is out of Mount St. Vincent University, where he sported a 9.0 ERA during his sophomore campaign last year. Not really a strikeout pitcher, but great at working batters and not letting them get to positive situations and forcing them into grounders. We'll see how he does here, because looking at it so far today, the Doubledays have gone against only fastball throwers.
That one hitting the left field and making a phenomenal diving grab is C.J. Duggan for the first out. Chase Massey was just robbed of a base hit there. And speaking of the defense for the Skunks, Caleb Jordan is at third base. James Dixon is shortstop. Tito Kiefer is at second base. Nolan Smith at first. Paul Galazzo behind the plate. C.J. Duggan at left field. Grant Moore at center field. Nate Muncy at right field. And stepping up to the plate, fan favorite, Mr. Nacho Gonzalez himself. He's listed as the extra hitter tonight. He did not make an appearance in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Here he is starting off in Game 2. He's working with 1 out, no one on. 2-0 counts.
And Gonzalez is just one of those players who is always valuable to have as your 1 or your 2 in your lineup. He bats .414 on the campaign. Not a ton in terms of extra base hits this year, but what he doesn't provide there, he makes up for with just getting on base and then stealing bags once he's on.
That one is called a strike by the home plate umpire. Down is 2-1. Pitch. This one's going to be hit on the ground to the second baseman keeper. Throw to first. A tad bit low, but in time. Great stop there by Smith, the first baseman, to pick up the second out. Here's Teddy Monahan, a dangerous power hitter for the Auburn Doubledays. We saw him in Game 1. He's hitting in the same position and playing in the same position in the field. So no change for him. In the first game, he went 1 for 4 with a single in the first and did not pick up a hit after that. First pitch to him is in there for a strike. We got 2 outs, no one on here in the bottom of the first. The pitch just misses for a ball. Count is tied 1-1. And 1-1. This one's going to be roped to the left field and dropped for a base hit. Monahan in back-to-back games hits a single in his first at-bat. Doubledays have life with 2 outs. Here's Luke Wire, the third baseman, dealing with 2 outs and a runner on. Luke Wire also did not play in Game 1.
Monahan is just such a consistent hitter. It reminds me, for you Doubledays fans from last year, of Adam Sullivan, the solid third baseman who was just always getting hits, always getting to first, even when the rest of the team wasn't really following along, because eventually the rest of the squad will start following that example.
The pitch. That misses for a ball. Count is tied at 1-1. On deck is Shoup if Dwyer reaches first base safely. Off of first base is Monahan. There's the throw over to first to try to get him. It is not in time. Monahan with a great jump back. Another throwback, this time no tag. Monahan doing a great job of staying on his toes over there and diving back in time. The 1-1. This one's going to be hit, and he's stopped by the shortstop Dixon, but no throw. Both runners are safe. That will be an infield single for Luke Wire as Monahan advances to second base. Great hit there by Dwyer, a slow roller that brought Dixon to the back of the infield. He was not able to make a play. He kept Monahan from going to third, however, so good play by him. And here's Shoop. Dwyer did reach first base safely. First pitch to Shoop, excuse me. He's in there for a strike. Shoop did not make an appearance in game 1. The pitch. Breaking ball. Field umpire says he did not go. Count is now tied 1-1 as that one missed the zone.
Much different speed from what the Doubledays were seeing earlier today, going from a guy who was pitching in the mid-90s consistently to now a 70-mile-per-hour breaking ball right there.
Yeah, the closing pitcher for the Tarp Skunks was fun to watch. He topped out at 97 miles per hour, Ryan. I mean,
Yeah.
just phenomenal. Like we said, we're definitely going to see him playing D1 baseball somewhere.
And that was just incredible. I've never seen that in a PGCBL contest.
That's because I haven't played.
Ah, yes, we do know about the cannon that you have. I heard you can do it with both arms, too.
I am ambidextrous. No, I'm not.
Why are you lying to the viewers, Evan? What are you doing here?
Wait,
Come
are you a
on.
lefty or you a righty?
I'm a righty.
I don't know. Okay, I'm a righty.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. What is it, only like 10% of the country's lefty? Pretty sure that's the stat.
Barack Obama was a lefty. Fun fact.
I'm probably better at baseball than Barack Obama.
That one's hit to the third baseman, Jordan, who takes it himself and steps on third base. And that will do it as the Doubledays leave a couple runners stranded. Monahan left on second, trying to advance to third. Wire left on first, trying to advance to second. Shoot with the fielder's choice out. 0-0 game. We're going to make our way to the top of the second. We'll be right back. Top second, 0-0. Leading off the Skunks will be Nate Muncy, who we saw play in game 1. Dominguez set, pitch deals. First pitch to Muncy is in there for a strike. We are underway here in the top of the second. Muncy, in the first game, went 2 for 4. 2 singles. He scored once himself. Then from there was a victim of gloves for the Doubledays. Ground out, fly out. Next pitch is outside for a ball. Once he's a lefty. The 1-1. This one's cut on a miss. Dominguez blows that one right by Muncie. Yep, and I'll just throw right in. That one misses for a ball. Count is 2-2, says the home plate umpire. Dominguez already with 2 strikeouts on the game. Would love another one here. That one misses, and it's going to be called a dead ball. Hit by pitch as Muncie will take his place at first base safely with a hit by pitch. So that is the second runner hit by pitch against Dominguez. James Dixon, the shortstop tonight. The Tarp Skunk steps in. He was the third baseman in the first game. He went 0 for 3, was hit by pitch in the 8th and scored. The pitch. This one's going to be fouled. First base side. Let's see if Michelson has a play. He does not. Goes in the stands. Good jump, though, by Michelson.
I'm looking at the stats, and apparently Dominguez had only hit 1 batter prior to tonight. It's already doubled that up here in tonight's contest.
Off of first base is Muncie. Dominguez set. Kick steals the pitch. This one, Chet swung on. Somehow goes just right of the first base foul line. Fouled off. Dixon is down 0-2. Here's a good chance for Dominguez to pick his 3rd strikeout on the night up. Gives the runner a look. Comes set. Kicks and deals the pitch. This one misses. Gets away from the catcher Benavenga, and making his way to second base with ease is Nate Muncie. I believe that'll go down as a pass ball. As Benavenga just simply bobbled the ball and let him get past him. So there's a runner in scoring position for the Tarp Skunks. Count is 1-2. Let's see if Dominguez can calm himself down and try to pick up a strikeout. The 1-2, this one. Just missed. Phenomenal frame there by Benavenga. Thought that one definitely clipped the inside corner. Must have just missed inside. The pitch. That's ball 3. If that one misses downstairs, good stop by Benavenga. Dixon in the first game only reached first base safely, and that was an extra innings in the 8th. See if he can do it here in the first. Dominguez looking for his 3rd strikeout. The payoff pitch. This one misses upstairs. Dixon will work a walk. Jack Castillo steps in, the extra hitter tonight. He's a lefty. We did not see him in game 1. Here's number 30. Stands in the box at 6'1", working with no one out and 2 runners on. Dominguez gives the lead runner a look. Pitches, and it's low for ball 1. I believe that is 5 straight balls from Dominguez.
Yeah, he needs to pick it up here. He's gotten his way into some trouble here in the second, and it's all just come down to accuracy. He's pitching too much around the plate instead of just going right over top of it.
Pitch. Just missed low. Count is 2-0. Flint Shoop just banged on his glove, got the attention of Dominguez, is off second by a large margin as Muncie. Here's the pitch, and that is 7 straight balls from Dominguez as the count is 3-0.
4-pitch walks are a nightmare scenario for a pitcher. You can't stack them on top. Have to move from one at-bat to the next.
And Dominguez to Dixon was ahead 0-2. He then walked him. Now behind 3-0 as that one finds the zone and will end the streak of balls. The 3-1. This one's going to be fouled off. Well out of play. And just like that, Dominguez works himself back into a full count approach. Doubledays ball boy gives some new baseballs to the home plate umpire. There have already been a few hit out of play.
Yep.
In only one complete inning. Payoff pitch. This one misses upstairs.
I'm not sure.
Bases are loaded. Castillo on first, Dixon on second, Muncie is on third, and here's C.J. Dugan. Dugan, correction.
Yeah, and if I'm eating here, I'm probably going to have a chat with Dominguez soon. It's not going to happen right here, but you've got C.J. Dugan up, and you've got 3 runners on that all didn't even have to record a hit to get on base. Not a good sign with 0 outs on the board.
The pitch. This one misses upstairs. Dominguez, in the first inning, who was sharp, finding the zone, has now struggled. Hit by pitch, and then back-to-back walks. This one's going to go into center field and drops for a base hit in front of Monahan. 1 run scores. Here comes another. The throw into third is not in time. 2-0. Tarp Skunks. C.J. Dugan with the single, then was able to advance on the throw. Muncie scored from third. Dixon from second. Castillo advanced to third base. It's 2-0 Tarp Skunks as they jump ahead here in the second.
Yeah, bad situations lead to bad outcomes. As we're changing out our cameras, but that brings up Caleb Jordan with runners on second and third, both in scoring position. First pitch misses high for a ball. So 1-0 count. One-0 finds the middle of the zone. It's 1-1. As Jordan steps up. Now, C.J. Dugan, he's the one who just hit that 2 RBI single that puts himself on second, puts another runner on third. Dugan this season is batting just 200, so this might have been a turnaround play there for the young player.
Jordan, who we saw in Game 1, was the third baseman in Game 2. The pitch, this one, in there for a strike, says the home plate umpire. Dominguez ahead 1-2. With no outs, Dominguez really needs to work a strikeout here. The 1-2. This one's going to be hit. Bounces, gloving in a shoot. Throw to first is in time, but that will be an RBI for Caleb Jordan, as scoring from third base was Jack Castillo. And advancing to third is C.J. Dugan.
Yeah, valuable play right there. You advance the runners on base. Exactly what he needed to do.
That's all that Jordan had to do was hit the ball somewhere. And Castillo would have been able to score. And that's a good job by Jordan. That is 1 out. Score is 3-0. And here's the last batter in the Skunks lineup, Tito Kiefer. This one's going to be chopped on. Running in to shoot. Go to first is high. Michelson could not get it. And a run will come in on the error by Shoop. He threw it well over Michelson's head. Michelson did not have a chance. 4-0 Tarp Skunks. That one was hit short by Kiefer, and Shoop had to run in on it. Just had an off-balance wild throw. 4 runs have come in here in the top of the second. Tarp Skunks' bats are clearly still hot. So on first base is Kiefer.
Yeah, just mistakes, stacking and stacking. Now Grant Moore's up, and he can even add to that here.
Grant Moore struck out swinging in the first, back-to-back innings with an at-bat. Off first base is Kiefer. Coming set is Dominguez with an 0-1 count. The pitch, this one, almost drills him. Count is tied 1-1. One ball, one strike, one out, 4-0 Tarp Skunks. Count is 1-2. The pitch, this one, gets away from him. Count is tied 2-2.
Dominguez looks like he's still keeping his head in the game. He's gotten his accuracy back under control. Now that he's figured that out, it's just about harnessing that into strikeout pitches.
This one's going to be hit in the left field. Running in as Chase Massey makes the catch on the run for the second out. Grant Moore is now 0 for 2 on the night. Here's number 32, the DH, Heath Fetchick, was hit by pitch and got left stranded in the first. The runner off of first base, Keeper, was not able to advance. With 2 outs. Dominguez gives the runner off first a look. Comes set, kick steals. The pitch misses downstairs for a ball. Benavenga with another good block. That is number 30, Dom Castillo. My correction, not Jack. He walked and scored. This one's fouled off. Dies on the ground. Count is 1-1. A long top of the second inning.
Yeah, certainly. We're now on the 8th batter, and there's 2 outs on the board, but we still need to see Dominguez successfully escape it.
The pitch, breaking ball, misses upstairs. There's the throw down to first to try to get the runner, Keeper, who was well off of first, trying to advance to second. It is not in time. Fetchick with a 2-1 count. Keeper off of first base still. Dominguez kicks, steals. This one will hit him. Wow. I mean, he didn't even have a chance to move out of the way. Fetchick, apparently a ball magnet. That's his second hit by pitch in the game.
Yeah.
He's
going to feel that tomorrow.
Yeah. He's going to need to take an ice bath tonight. That one flipped him in his left forearm. Here's Nolan Smith. First pitch to him is a ball. So there are 2 runners on. 4-0 game. This is the 9th batter at the plate here in the second. This one is smoked towards center field. Underneath it, however, is the left fielder, Chase Massey. And the F7 will end the inning. Not after the Skunks score 4 runs. They go up 4-0. We're going to make our way to the top of the second where the Doubledays need to get some hits. We'll be right back. Bottom of the second, Doubledays down 4-0. A huge top of the second for the Tarp Skunks. Dominguez struggled, but their bats were alive. And here is Titus Hutchins. We did not see him in game one. First pitch to Hutchins. Outside for ball one. And still out there on the mound is Joseph Santos. In the first inning, he gave up 2 hits. He was able to escape the first without giving up any runs. The next pitch is upstairs for ball 2. Here's an inning where the Doubledays could really use some walks here. We know that the Doubledays are good at getting RBIs, moving the base runners around. It's just a problem with not striking out. That one is hit first base side, well out of play.
Yeah, the Doubledays getting hits hasn't been the problem today. It's just not capitalizing at the right moments. I believe they were neck and neck with Jamestown in terms of hits last game. Here, you still leaded the hits department 2-1. It's just you're letting the other team get on base via hit by pitches and walks.
The 3-1. This one's fouled off. And Santos works a full count. Payoff pitch is coming up. 3-2. This one's fouled off. Hutchins stays alive. Does a great job of protecting. Full count pitch on the way. This one's going to be smoked towards right field. Running over is Muncie. And it is a foul ball. Great piece of hitting there for Hutchins. Looked like it was going to drop in fair territory. Instead, it's a foul ball.
Yeah, but this is actually a positive at-bat for Hutchins, working on his 8th pitch. That's something we didn't see a lot in the first game. All of the pitchers for the Tarp Skunks, whether it was Eli Bryant, Colin Pence, or Chase Baran, you never really thought that they were in any danger.
This one going to be hit and fouled off again. Hutchins just a tad bit late on the pitches. Really all over Santos here, but unable to put it in fair territory yet. Another payoff pitch on the way. This one going to be hit in a center field. Running over is Grant Moore. Makes the catch on the run. That'll be the first out. Here in the bottom of the 4th, and due up is Braden Michelson, the first baseman. Also did not play in game 1.
Yeah, Michelson this season batting .286, but slugging all the way up to .476, and has 8 walks, which is second on the Doubledays. So he just needs to play into his strengths and start matching what Jamestown's been doing.
This one swung on a miss. Michelson working with a 1-1 count. Santos has looked sharp so far in this inning. That one just misses for ball 2. Michelson set in the box. The pitch. Breaking ball misses upstairs. Count is 3-1. No runners on, so no harm done for Santos. Bentavenga on deck. Michelson ahead 3-1. The pitch. This one spiked in the ground, ball 4. The first walk given up by Santos tonight.
Exactly. It's exactly what the Doubledays needed out of Michelson. 9th walk he's drawn this season. Still second on the squad.
Here's Mr. Catcher Bentavanga. Briggs was the catcher in game 1. He played the full game. First pitch to Bentavanga. It's outside for ball 1. 75 mile per hour off-speed pitch. There's the throw back to first base to try to pick off Michelson. It is not in time. 1-0. This one's going to be hit. Fouled off right field side again. The Doubledays have hit a ton of baseballs out of play, for the Tarp Skunks pen. Off of first still is Michelson, the pitch. Upstairs outside for another ball in that bat. Count is 2-1, says the home plate umpire. The pitch. This one's also outside. Count is 3-1. Santos is really going to take his time before this next pitch.
Yeah, now the Doubledays are starting to work him.
What you saw of Dominguez in the top of the second is happening now. The pitch. This one swung on and missed. Count is full. Full count, 1 out. Michelson off first. Santos set from the stretch. Gives Michelson a look. The pitch. This one swung on it and missed. And as soon as we talk about the Doubledays starting to work Santos, he picks up a swinging strikeout for out number 2.
Now it comes up to Zach Sperger. Can the Doubledays avoid stranding a runner on for the second straight inning?
Sperger, who we also did not see in game 1, kind of a different lineup for the Doubledays here in game 2. Watch the first one go by for a strike.
Yeah, Auburn just seems to consistently have more depth. They're running a much different lineup from the first game, whereas for Jamestown, it's almost exactly the same thing with just 1 or 2 players swapped out.
Coach Eaton really trying to change around the lineup to try to find something to beat the Tarp Skunks. Sperger down 0-2. The pitch. This one's going to jam him, go into right field, and drops for a base hit in front of Muncie. Making his way to third base is Michelson. He's being held up by the third base coach. A base hit for Zach Sperger to keep the inning alive with 2 outs.
Big time hit there. Now Burt Maximus, runners on the corners. Again, you can't strand runners on. That's what the Doubledays did all of the first game.
They did it in the first inning as well, and they definitely did it in the first game. Like you said, it was huge for them in the 4th of game 1. Burt Maxim, who we also, again, did not see play in game 1, steps up with 2 outs, runners on corners. Swings at first pitch he sees, fouls it off behind the stadium.
But either way, I mean, Santos has been worked up to now 43 pitches after that one. Valuable work putting miles on the guy's arm. It's going to lead to rewards down the road.
They fit that bat in the bottom of the second, but Doubledays batters have really worked the count, hitting a lot of foul balls. That is now 1-1 to the righty Maxim. One, breaking ball. Misses for ball 2. The one clocked in at 70. Good eye there by Maxim. The 2-1. This one's going to be fouled off. And Ryan, the Doubledays ball boy, has really had his work in game 2. He's had to collect a bunch of baseballs and give them to the home plate umpire.
No, he's been running around. He's getting those steps in. I wish he had his Fitbit on. They got to send that up, put that on the broadcast.
I'd love to know how many steps he had. This one's going to be hit. Goes to the glove of the second baseman keeper, who flips it to the shortstop, Dixon, for the third out. Doubledays, as we talked about, left 2 runners stranded. Spurt Maxim is retired on the fielder's choice. 4-0 ball game. Here comes the top of the third for the Skunks at bats. We'll be right back. New pitcher for the Auburn Doubledays is number 37, Cooper Polkovich, as Braylon Dominguez's night is done through 2 full innings. Ryan, what do we know about Cooper Polkovich, who's relatively new for the Auburn Doubledays?
Yeah, this is just his second home appearance of the season. The last time he pitched here at Falcon Park was on Tuesday against Olean, and he had a valuable relief role in that game. Replaced Joseph Williams after 6.1 innings, and Polkovich threw 2 complete innings, gave up no hits, no earned runs, and struck out 2 batters. So if Polkovich can keep doing what he's been doing, we saw him a little bit last year, we saw him a little bit this year, the Auburn native has definitely shown that he's got the stuff to be a valuable contributor.
You know what, Ryan? You do a great job of allowing the viewers to, know who our guys are.
Yeah,
so
appreciate
thank you
that.
for that.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, they got to know who their Auburn natives are. There's only so many people who are homegrown.
You're so reliable to count on.
Evan, I'd love to say the same about you. I'm just realizing that I came off as a dig. That was not a dig
No,
towards Evan.
I knew it wasn't. Sure, our viewers knew it wasn't either. Fouled off. Tarp Skunks starting to partake in the Skunks bullpen foul ball territory bonanza that we've got going on. There's probably about 20 foul balls in the woods over there.
Yeah, it's like when you are a golfer and you keep hitting it into the woods, and then, those kids go out and go into the woods to collect them all. You can make some pretty good money doing that.
Hey, especially if you're trying to throw B1. This one's going to be hit in the left field, dropped for a base hit. Past the extended glove of Flynn Shue, and it goes to the wall, and making its way to second base is Paul Delanto.
What a chaotic play there.
What happened there? It looked like it was going to be stopped by Chase Massey or Monahan, Instead, it kicks all the way to the wall out in left field. Should be a double for Paul Delanto and the Doubledays. Already not starting things off on the right track here defensively in the top of the third. Nate Muncy, who was hit by pitch and scored in the second, is due up. He's part of that long stretch of an inning where 9 batters are able to get an at-bat.
Yeah, Delanto hadn't recorded a hit yet today through either game, but just picks up a big-time double there, and it's just about, now the Doubledays have to limit the damage. Again, you're down 4. It's a shortened game. It's only 7 innings. You can't let it get any worse than this.
The pitch. This one's going to be hit in the left field again and dropped for a base hit. Being waved home but stopped is Delanto. Third base coach was swinging his arm and holds up the stop sign. Back-to-back hits for the Tarp Skunks here in the top of the third. Muncy's on first. Delanto is on third base. Here's James Dixon, who walked and scored in the second. Runners on the corners, no one out. Both teams have 3 hits. Doubledays the only team with an error. Pitch from Polkovich misses for a ball. A 1-0. Breaking ball misses outside for ball 2. Count is 2-0. Pitch. 3 straight balls from Polkovich, who is having a hard time finding the zone after giving up back-to-back hits. We toss around the rosin bag. The 3-0. In there for a strike. First strike to the righty Dixon. And we're about an hour into the game now, and we're only in the top of the third, where the Skunks, if you're just joining us, lead 4-0. That misses for a ball, and the bases are now loaded.
Yeah, Cooper Polkovich is in some trouble, and we'll see how he reacts. We saw it in the last inning where Raylan Dominguez kind of got rattled by the bases loaded situation. Polkovich needs to stay steady here.
Okay. Dixon is on first, Muncy's on second, Delanto's on third, and here comes Dom Castillo. That is in there for a strike. 84 miles per hour from Polkovich there.
And Costello's a very reliable batter. He batted .316 in what was described as a breakout season last year at Gannon University, and he started in 46 out of the team's 47 games.
That one's out of play. Ricochets off the Doubledays pen. Polkovich is ahead 0-2. The pitch. This one going to be hit short on the ground to Hutchins. Throw to second is in time, and no throw to first. 5-0 as a run comes in for the Skunks. It will be an RBI for Castillo, who reaches first base safely on the fielder's choice. Out advancing to second base is James Dixon. Scoring was Delanto, and on third base is Muncy. C.J. Dugan steps up. 1 out. 5-0 game.
Yeah, Dugan, his last time up, had that 2 RBI single.
This one's fouled off. Dugan was huge in the second inning for the Skunks. As you said, he scored some runs for them, really got things going for them offensively. And making his way to second base with ease is Dom Castillo. Count is 1-1 to Dugan. The pitch. This one's going to be hit right to the glove of Flynn Shoup, who was playing in on the grass and barely had to move. Gave both runners a look. They did not advance. That's the second out.
Yeah, good heads-up base hitting there by Dom Costello, because he could have gotten caught off guard there, but Shoup caught that and immediately looked to turn the double play, but he was sticking close to the bag.
Unlucky for Dugan there, and here comes Caleb Jordan, who grounded out in the second, but was able to pick up an RBI. Breaking ball finds the zone, no swing. Count tied 1-1. We've got 2 outs. The pitch. That misses downstairs for ball 2. That one misses the zone as well, and just like that, the count is 3-1. It's already been 1 walk this inning, 2 hits.
Yeah, you really don't want to load the bases yet again, especially now with 2 outs.
The pitch. And there is ball 4. And just like you said, what the Doubledays shouldn't do, Ryan, you've spoken to existence, and there is ball 4.
Well,
That one's on you, Ryan.
I'll take it, but it seems like that's been destiny for the Doubledays tonight. Just a lot of situations where bad outlooks are being compounded into even worse scenarios.
Tito Kuiper steps up to this one. First pitch to him was a strike. Next pitch, check swung on. Field umpire says he did not go. Count is now tied 1-1. And here's where Polkovich could escape the inning, only giving up 1 run with a strikeout. As that one misses downstairs, count is 2-1. This one's going to go into right field for a base hit past the glove of Michelson. 1 run scores. Here's the throw into home. 2-run score for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. 3 runs have come in the top of the 3rd. 7-0 ball game. And the Skunks have life with 2 outs.
Yeah, this is just getting out of hand. The Doubledays need to start to string something together offensively, but really they just got to tighten up defensively.
Keeper with a single there as Dom Castillo was able to score from first. He used the 1 run. The other run was Nate Muncy from third base. So Caleb Jordan is on third. Keeper's on first. The lineup will flip over. It's the 3rd at bat for Grant Moore, who's 0 for 2 on the night. Fouls that one off. He's down 0-2. Four hits for the Skunks, 3 for the Doubledays. The pitch. That one just missed. Outside, count is 1-2.
Milkovich just one strike away from getting out of this disastrous stretch of innings here.
That one also misses. Just barely missed again. Count is 2-2. The 2-2. This one's going to be hit to left field. Running over is Chase Massey, who cannot make the play. It goes foul.
That would have been a really tough backhand catch to make. Wasn't able to get his positioning the right way to be able to make a go at it.
Grant Moore stays alive down the count 2-2. Just got unlucky there as it went just to the left of the foul ball line. He steps back up to the box. Still with a 2-2 count. Runners are still on the corner. Volkovich comes set. Trying to get out of this inning. The 2-2. This one fouled off. And Moore is doing a great job of staying alive.
It's really tough to strike out Moore, and he just works you and works you. He's only struck out 9 times this year. He's walked 21 times.
The 2-2 misses upstairs. Count is ball. Payoff pitch, breaking ball, finds the zone, down looking. Goes Grant Moore for his second strikeout on the night. Back-to-back innings. The Skunks have scored 7 runs through 3 full innings. We're going to make our way to the bottom of the third. We'll be right back. Bottom of the third, leading off is Chase Massey. He's 0 for 1 in the night. He threw out to left field to the glove of C.J. Dugan. Still out there on the mound is number 16, Joseph Santos. Yet to give up a run in this one. Just joining us, it's 7-0. Tarp Skunks. They've got 4 hits compared to the Doubledays 3, as that one is fouled off. Past the hour mark. We're not even done with 3 innings, as that one goes past the glove of the diving third baseman Caleb Jordan. Making his way to second base is Chase Massey with a double. Stand up double to kick things off. here in the bottom of the third. And let's see if this will start a rally for the Auburn Doubledays.
Yeah, okay, there's a little something. We haven't seen that all day out of Auburn.
Nacho Gonzalez hears it from the fans. He is loved here at Falcon Park. Grounded out to the second baseman, Tito Kiefer. In the first. Pitch, breaking ball, look out, almost clips Gonzalez. Beautiful stop, however, by Paul Delanto to keep the runner on second base. Pitch. This one's going to be hit in the left field. Foul ball. Hit into the bullpen. That ball went for the Auburn Doubledays. And they're all celebrating. It looked like William Ragland was the one who caught it in the bullpen for the Doubledays.
Well, he gets this game off as a break, so might as well get some work in over there.
Exactly. Count is 1-1 to Nacho. Massey off second. The pitch, breaking ball. This one jams him. Trying to get it as Delanto, and instead it goes out of play. And the ball boy for the Doubledays had to get up out of the way, and so did Coach Eaton.
I don't know. I think the ball boy was going for a little box out. I know the catcher wouldn't have been able to get it, but that's a smart play by him right there, I think.
Trying to prevent another out. Nacho's down 1-2. The pitch. This one is swung on a miss, dropped. There's a throw to first, and almost gets by Nolan Smith. Instead, he catches it. Gonzalez is retired on the drop third. Go down as a strikeout, however, for Santos, and however for Gonzalez. Here's Monahan. Hit for a single, then got left stranded in the first. Looked like the Doubledays were going to go on a little bit of a 2-out rally with him getting that hit. So did Dwyer in the first, but instead, they got out. The pitch, this one, misses for a ball. Count is 1-0.
This is where the Doubledays really need Monahan to step up and drive in a run. You can't have that goose egg on the scoreboard.
The 1-0. This one's going to be roped in the left field, but catching it without moving is C.J. Dugan for the second out. And that was smoked by Monahan. He just got unlucky. Pretty much has been the story of the past two games. The Doubledays' luck is up. Extremely unlucky. Luke Whiter trying to score a run and trying to initiate a 2-out rally. The pitch misses for a ball. Counts 1-0. The 1-0 is whiffed on. Counts tied 1-1. And like you said, Dwyer really needs a base hit here to try to score some runs.
The 0, that donut, it just hangs over the Doubledays' heads right now. It's more mental than anything, but you have to get it off the scoreboard.
This one's going to go into left field for a base hit. Being waved home is Chase Massey. The throw into home is in time, and there is another unlucky moment for the Auburn Doubledays as C.J. Dugan with the hose into home that got Chase Massey out trying to score a run. Beautiful base hit for Luke Wire. Unfortunate for Massey. CJ Dugan, how do you do with that throw from left field into home? That will end the inning. Doubledays leaves runners stranded again. 7-0. We'll be back for the top of the fourth.
Back here, top of the fourth inning in game 2 of this doubleheader. I'm Ryan Story alongside Evan Carocchio, as it's a third pitcher already for your Auburn Doubledays. Ryan Pedegrasso taking over after a short-lived stint from the prior pitcher in Cooper Polkovich. So Braylon Dominguez got the mound for the first 2 innings. Polkovich had the third, and now it's Pedegrasso here in the fourth.
Pedegrasso's a righty from Canisius University in Lansing, New York. He stands on the rubber at 5'10". He'll be a sophomore next year at Canisius. And his stats as a pitcher: 1 innings pitch. Record was 0-0 and 1 appearance.
And so far for the Doubledays this year, he's pitched nearly 6 full innings of work, has an ERA just under 8, but has some solid strikeout numbers and doesn't allow too high of a batting average. His first at-bat, he's worked his way to a 1-1 count, going against Heath Fetchick. Fetchick, in each of his 2 at-bats today, he's been hit by a pitch. Both times it was Braylon Dominguez hitting him, so this is his first time not going against Dominguez. He's probably hoping that he's not going to feel the baseball against his arm.
I'm going to be honest, after a third time, I might just not even take my base. I might just hop right into an ice bath, to be honest.
You either hop into an ice bath or you just go to the ER, I'd say, as that's rocketed into left center field, and the catch made by the left fielder Chase Massey.
Wow, what a play there from Massey. Covered a lot of ground to pick up that out. Lost his hat. Phenomenal track down for the first out here at the top of the fourth.
That was a good rocket sent by Fetchick. Seems like he wanted to do as much damage to the ball as the ball had been doing to him, but couldn't get it far enough out to escape the rangy outfielders of the Doubledays. Now it's Nolan Smith up to bat. Lefty batter going against Pedigrasso. As Pedigrasso forces a swing and miss there, the 76-mile-per-hour breaking ball fools Smith.
Smith is 0 for 2 on the game so far, still looking for his first hit and trying to get things going for the Skunks with 1 out.
Yeah, but his 1 hit on the day today, pretty solid. You know, home run being your only hit on the day. I think that's generally acceptable.
Yeah, that's true. That was game 1.
Yeah, that was a monster shot. So
You knew it was a monster shot the way that he bat flipped. He had all of that one. Like MLB The Show, like I said earlier, perfect.
perfect timing. Yep. Once you hit a home run, I feel like you can just go 0 for 4 and the rest of your at bats on the day, and then you're excused. It's okay.
Pretty much won in the game. So
yeah, it certainly was the definite nail in the coffin. There's now the 1-2 just outside. Or actually, no, that's strike 3. As the umpire called it a little bit late. And the Doubledays fans not too thrilled with Smith's reaction to that call. That brings up Paul Delanto. Delanto's 1 for 2 in this game. He had a double in his last at-bat. That kicked off the 3rd inning against Cooper Polkovich. He ended up coming back in to score. He swings at the first pitch he sees, gets just past the Doubledays the Tarp Skunks third base coach.
he tried to stick his hand out to grab it. I'm sure he probably didn't make contact with it because that one was a heater.
Yeah, it'd be like putting your hand on a lit stove.
Yeah, exactly.
The 0-1 count, Delanto up. And it's way inside. A little bit of acrobatics gets Delanto out of the way. Now the 1-1 count with 2 outs on the board as we near 8:30. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Auburn Doubledays YouTube channel. And it's high and inside. Delanto bending out of the way again. The Falcon faithful offering some words of encouragement as the weather's really maintained nicely even as we got into this later time. High pitch makes it 3-1, so after the opening foul off, 3 straight balls thrown by Delanto. Thrown by Pedigrasso against Delanto.
Yeah, actually, it's been a beautiful night for some baseball. I know I'm probably going to stop at Stewart's or something, get a milkshake on the way home.
That's a great call, Evan. No, they just put a Stewart's next to my house. As that's a shot sent into deep left field, and it's Massey tracking it down at the wall and makes the warning track grab. For a second there, I thought we might have had a second home run hit by Jamestown today. Instead, that takes us into the bottom of the 4th inning. Your Auburn Doubledays will try to respond with a 7-run deficit. Stay tuned for more action coming your way. Back here, bottom of the fourth inning. And Flynn Shoop is up to bat for the Doubledays. Shoop has only had one prior at bat today, in which it was a fielder's choice to end the first inning. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks. It's Santino Musoni.
He supports a 4.05 ERA. He has 4 wins, 0 losses. This is his 7th appearance on the season, giving up 8 hits and 13 third innings pitch.
And another interesting thing about him, he actually goes to Jamestown Community College. I wonder what the distance is there between JCC and or if maybe Jamestown plays at Jamestown Community College. I'd have to look more into that.
That would make sense.
Yeah, it would make sense. Well, now the first 3 pitches Musoni has thrown have all been balls, but he gets a strike on the board there against Shoop. Shoop, through his first few games this season, was on absolute fire. Still batting .333 on the campaign, but has cooled off a little bit recently. But I mean, I don't think anyone's complaining about a .333 batting average.
No, definitely not.
One interesting thing, though, is he still has yet to draw a walk. We'll see if he can do that for the first time here. No, he does. He just gets another hit. Again, don't think anyone's complaining.
Beautiful hit there by Shoop to put it past Dixon and Jordan going to left field. The glove of Dugan, and hopefully this gets things going for the Doubledays. Down 7 runs here in the bottom of the 4th.
And it's Titus Hutchins now up to bat with a runner on first. So the first batter that the new pitcher Santino Musoni sees, he allows to get a hit. Maybe the Doubledays can run something up against this new pitcher. There's another shot cracked to the same spot. And this one gets past the shortstop James Dixon for yet another base hit. Wow, deja vu.
Shoop on second, Hutchins on first, and that's just beautiful hitting. Back-to-back Doubledays to put it right in between the gap of third base and shortstop, because that's a tough play to make. And that was shown there by Dixon, who tried to dive and come up with it. Instead, it went past his glove in the left field again. Michelson really would love a base hit here to score some runs.
And now it's 2 runners on, still no outs. This is where the Doubledays got into some trouble when they were pitching, now flipping the script on Jamestown. And the hits disparity is just crazy. Auburn leads the hit column 7-4. But Jamestown leads 7-0. And I'd like to thank our friend in the comments for confirming that the Skunks do, in fact, play at JCC.
Heard it's a beautiful field.
That is the rumor. I guess we'll have to see for ourselves sometime.
Jamestown is somewhat near St. Bonaventure.
You ever make the trek out there?
To Jamestown?
Yeah, to Jamestown?
No.
No, not yet.
Michelson was cheating off of first base there, and it was a great throwdown by Paul Delato to try and get him, but it was not in time.
Now the 2-1 count.
Hutchins.
And it's hit down the third baseline. That's 1 out. The throw over to first in time for out number 2. And right when the Doubledays seem to have any sort of momentum, there's a double play to absolutely crush it.
5 unassisted, and then a 5-3 put out. Very, like you said, very unlucky for the Auburn Doubledays, who cannot catch a break. Hutchinson's on second, Shoop out trying to advance to third, and Michelson out on the 5-3 put out.
It's next, yeah.
Benavenga's up.
Because we're gonna
0-1 to him. Struck out swinging in the second. Looking at the 0-1 count.
He still has a runner in scoring position. The Doubleday still could make something happen here. You really don't want to come away from this with absolutely nothing. Pitch misses low. Good stop by the catcher, Delanto.
Perfect.
Count is now 2-1 to Benavenga. Like you said, with the runner on, Doubledays really need to score a run here. They don't want to get skunked in the game by the Skunks.
I see what you did there.
Yep. Thank you.
I'm trying to think. What's the name of the one skunk from Looney Tunes? I know there's a name.
Pepe Le Pew.
That's it. That's got to be the most popular skunk in media, right?
Oh,
I
100%.
couldn't think of another one.
Well, when I think of the skunk, I think of Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah. Well, French. I know you're a Spurs guy. Victor Wembanyama is probably your favorite player, so seem to really enjoy these French people. As Benavenga is going to take first on the walk. Okay, but Evan, that brings up an important question. Have you ever gotten sprayed by a skunk before?
My dog has. Poor guy.
How'd he take it?
Well, definitely had to give him a bath. I wasn't home, thankfully. I was at college.
Well, that's
so
nice.
I missed. One night he was.
As there's a pass ball, gets past Delanto. As Musoni's pitch was in the dirt. Tough for Delanto to stay in front of that one.
One night, it was very early in the morning. I was still asleep. Thankfully, my parents took care of it. Then one time I was at college, but poor guy just gets blindsided and gets sprayed by a skunk. But you kind of asked me that like you've been sprayed by a skunk. Have you?
No, I have not.
Okay, good.
The only thing I think could compare to it is kind of watching this game. It kind of does feel, if you're an Auburn fan, like you've been sprayed
Wow.
by a skunk. I'm just kidding. Of course,
Full wrap around there.
full wrap.
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta bring it to a full circle, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways, now Auburn has two runners in scoring position. Zach Sperger has already showed up big time today. We'll see if he can do the same here. 1-1 count, 2 outs on the board. With the 1-1, Sperger takes a huge chop at it and can't connect. Down to his final strike. The Doubledays trying to put something on the scoreboard.
And that one clocked in at 84, blown right by Sperger. Sperger with two runners in scoring position cannot end the inning here, needs a hit.
The 1-2 is fouled off. Sperger stays alive. Okay, so now we've got a question in the comments. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Defend your answer like it's game 7. All right, we're going to come back in the next thing, and we're going to have that debate, because right now we've got a big situation on our hands. It's a 2-2 count with 2 outs. Zach Sperger needs to show up here. He's batting .250 on the campaign. He's generally a very reliable player for this Doubleday squad. Can he show up here? It's hit over to the shortstop. Good play by Benavenga to avoid it, and the throw is in time. Sperger is out at first, and your Auburn Doubledays still scoreless through 4 innings. We'll be back here in the 5th inning when we return on the Auburn Doubledays YouTube channel.
And then we talk about, is a hot dog a sandwich?
Amen. Back here, top of the 5th inning. Nate Muncy up to bat for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks after Auburn couldn't capitalize there in the bottom of the 4th, leaving 2 stranded in scoring position. Ryan Pedegrasso still on the mound. He took down the Tarp Skunks 1-2-3 in the 4th after a tumultuous first 3 innings for the Doubledays. Now Nate Muncy trying to get back on base. He's reached first in both at-bats today. Got hit by a pitch in his first at-bat and got a single in his second.
What did you just say? Say the word again?
Tumultuous?
Wow.
I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that right.
That's a big word.
Close enough. Now a 2-1 count. The pitch into Pedegrasso. He really got a piece of that one. Just hooked it a bit too far to the right.
Another foul ball over the pen of the Tarp Skunks.
Yeah.
But we see little kids running over there, so they've got to be collected, right? Like
I'd assume they're being
over there.
Yeah, they've got a collection going. It's always cool to see the kids converge on a foul ball that's in the grandstands. There's yet another one is fouled off, and there the kids go running. One's rocking a Steph Curry jersey. Interesting.
Greatest point guard of all time.
Not even close to true.
What do you think, Magic?
Yeah, Patrick, by far.
No.
Steph Curry's an awful defender. I know it's a baseball game as there's a shot over to second. The throw from Hutchins over to first,
no.
Not going to pan out as Michelson drops it. There's an error and is not going right for the Doubledays. And I think this does prove my point. Defense matters. That's why Curry can't be the greatest point guard of all time. Right there, you just saw it. Defense matters.
Best three-point shooter ever, and he's a point guard. That definitely matters.
Yes, he is the best three-point shooter ever.
Yeah.
That wasn't the question.
But that makes him the best point guard. If a point guard can shoot the ball as well as Stephen Curry, handle the ball as well, and play mediocre defense, he's still the greatest point guard of all time.
Well, first of all, it's not mediocre. It's bad. And secondly, Brooke Lopez is the greatest three-point shooting center of all time. I wouldn't consider him to be the greatest center of all time. I think that's a bad argument.
All right, we'll come back to that. I'll look up something on Google.
Fair enough. He's got to go use AI to help him out. And there's another hit by pitch. Dixon takes one to the thigh, and he advances over to first. Muncy moves to second.
It's been a ton of hit by pitches tonight. I mean, Keith Fetchick by himself was hit by 2. Muncy was hit by 1, so there's 3. And from there, Dixon was just hit by 1. There's 4. 4 batters for the Tarp Skunks in 4 full innings of play were hit by a pitch. That's 1 an inning.
That's a high clip, especially for one team. That brings up Dom Costello with 2 runners on.
And he probably wears 30 because of Steph Curry being the greatest point guard of all time.
Yeah, not quite, but we'll see if he can put in a long-range shot like Curry as he rips one over the head of his third base coach. Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts. That is hilarious. All right, we're going to get to your comments in a second, but we've got some action going on in the game that, unfortunately, we got to take care of first. So the 0-1 count to Costello. All right, we do have one good take in the comment section.
Yeah, Michael Jordan is to go.
Michael Jordan is to go.
100%.
That's one thing that we're unified on. Even, I'm a Thunders fan. You're a Spurs fan. We disagree on a lot of things.
Actually, Manu Ginobili is to go.
We disagree on a lot of things. I'm generally right in our arguments. You're generally wrong, and that's okay. As there's a shot over to the third baseman, Luke Guire. Looks like he caught that. The throw I think that's a triple play. No, it's just a double play. It looked like it must have bounced.
So the field umpire said that it was not a catch.
Okay.
And that's actually good for
Yeah, it works out.
because if it would have been a catch, it would have only been 1 out. Instead, it's 2. Because trying to advance to third base with Muncie, he's out with the 5 unassisted.
Yep.
And then from there, Dixon was trying to go to second base. He stayed at first base, and the throw got him out. So, unlucky for Costello.
Yeah, very unlucky, but it pays off for the Doubledays. And there's a throw down to second. Costello gets there in time. There's a stolen base for the young player.
Another runner in scoring position for the Tarp Skunks, this time with 2 outs. As Dugan is down to count 0-1.
Yeah,
Skunks have done a good job capitalizing off of 2 outs. Let's see what they can do here.
And there's a pitch outside. Good stop by Bentavenga, not letting Costello advance even closer to home. Bentavenga all game, and I'd say both Doubledays catchers today, because Griggs was also doing a great job of it, but they've done a great job of keeping the ball in front of them. They've actually thrived at that better than we've seen from Jamestown today. The 1-1 swung on, hit up the middle. Umpire getting out of the way. Throw down to first in time. Shoop connects with Michelson. And the Doubledays get out of the top of the 5th without giving up a run to Jamestown. Stick around for more Doubledays action and random questions being answered coming your way. It's a new pitcher facing the Auburn Doubledays, so we'll now see Jamestown go to their 3rd pitcher. Camp Churchill replaces Santino Musoni. Musoni gets through just 1 inning of action. Camp Churchill, that's a cool name. I like that. Shares it with Winston.
That's a Major League Baseball name right there.
Going against Burt Maxim. Maxim 0 for 1 on the day. Grounded into a fielder's choice to end the 2nd inning. He lets the first pitch go by for ball 1. Churchill's out of McMurray University. It's a new one. I don't think I've seen a PGCBL player at McMurray before. Abilene, Texas, the place notoriously featured in Ella Langley's hit song Choosing Texas. Now a 1-1 count. Who sings that song again? I don't know. We should probably keep it that way. We should probably keep it that way. Grounder over Tito Kiefer to Nolan Smith for out number 1 on the inning. Yeah, I tried to get you with it. It's okay.
You got me.
Chase Massey up as the lineup flips to the top of the order.
And for a double in the third, then got out trying to advance. Unfortunately for him, I believe who got him out was the left fielder Dugan, who's showing off his cannon tonight in left field.
Yeah, Dugan has really, both left fielders actually, both Dugan and Brendan Smith have very powerful arms, and they've not been afraid to use them. 1-0, and now that right in the middle of the back didn't seem to be on purpose, but that could not have felt good for Chase Massey. As Massey joins the coterie of players being nailed by pitchers today.
Yeah, that's the first hit by pitch for the Auburn Doubledays batters. And yeah, that one squared him right in the back. Unfortunate for him. That one's definitely going to sting, but he appears to be okay. He was definitely checked on. He's on first base right now.
And so now with Massey on first, it's Nacho Gonzalez up. 1-0 count to Nacho.
He's 0 for 2 on the game so far with a ground out in first and strikeout in the third.
Yeah, so you can turn his day around right here. And the Doubledays just really want to get something on the scoreboard. As that ball hit over, bounces off a telephone pole in the left field grandstand. That'll careen down into the bleachers. The lefty batter versus the righty pitcher. Nacho gets a piece of that one. It's in shallow left field. 3 Tarp Skunks converge on it. And it's the shortstop making the catch. That's James Dixon getting underneath it.
Beautiful communication by the Tarp Skunks. You heard the catcher, Paul Delanto, yelling up, up, up. And the dugout was also yelling up, up, up. And then you could tell that James Dixon had that ball right away. And C.J. Dugan was called off. So that's just beautiful communication.
That brings up Teddy Monahan now with 2 outs. He's got 1 runner on. And there's the runner taking off. Massey will get to second easily in time, but Monahan thrown out at first. That ends the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll be back in the 6th for more Auburn Doubledays baseball here on the Auburn Doubledays YouTube channel. we've got a new pitcher and a new hitter here in this contest. Sam McKay coming in to pitch for your Auburn Doubledays, and a pinch hitter for the Jamestown Tarp Skunks, Sean Spitaleri, up to bat, number 18. He's filling in for Caleb Jordan. Spitaleri rocking a pretty cool yellow bat, it looks like. Getting a little creative with it. Sam McKay on the mound. McKay this season still has not allowed a run, sporting a 0.0 ERA through 3.1 innings of work.
Sorry, I was distracted.
That's 7.
For ice cream table. That's what I was kidding.
Spitaleri is still looking for his first hit as a member of the Tarp Skunks. He fouls that off.
This way. What do you need? I need to get the top 5 ugliest people on the team. Right now. I'm like, right. I don't even know
The
anybody.
1-1 count. As McKay taking some time to reset. Long wait in between these pitches. Thanks for sticking with us as we hit 9 o'clock here at Falcon Park in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Again, looking at the back of that first game, the Doubledays lost 8-3 in extra innings. Their first extra innings game of the season. Not likely going to be heading to extras in this second matchup unless the Doubledays can add 7 more runs. And there's ball 4 to Sean Spitaleri. He takes first. And we've got another pinch hitter up to bat. It's Jackson Enders filling in for Tito Kiefer.
Kiefer's night is done. He hit for an error, got out in the second, was left stranded, and in the third, he hit for a single. It looks like the Jamestown Tarp Skunks coach is just trying to let some of the starters either rest and get some new reps for some guys who haven't played that much, or he's rolling with new lineup that he thinks can get the game over with in 6 innings in a run roll.
Yeah,
Not sure what the plan of attack is, but those are my 2 guesses.
Yeah, Enders this season hasn't had a great year at the plate, batting just 184. But it definitely makes sense to just rotate through your guys. You've already seen exactly what you need to see from your normal starters, especially out here today, through 2 games. 2 very likely going to be 2 very solid wins for this Jamestown squad. Definitely something you can live with there. And I think one thing that we haven't really discussed yet, but how this affects the standings. Heading into today's contest, Auburn was tied with Jamestown for second in the western side of the PGCBL, trailing only Batavia. They're only trailing Batavia by about a game. Now Auburn's going to drop to 2 full games behind Jamestown.
That was a backwards K to Enders there, who did not like the call at all. But with that, there's 1 out here in the top of the 6th.
That brings up Grant Moore, the top of the Tarp Skunks order.
4th time up tonight. He's 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, 1 looking, and a flyout to left field to the glove of Massey.
He recorded 2 hits back in that first game. He had a single and a triple. That was his second triple of the season. Now looking at a 2-0 count. McKay brushing up on 89 miles per hour right there. Nice fastball. There's a pitch outside that gets away from the catcher, Jake Bentavenga, but Sean Spitaleri wasn't ready for it. He stays at first. Now the 3-0 is way outside. That's another walk puts Grant Moore on first, but Sean Spitaleri on second. By the way, Grant Moore, he just picked up his 22nd walk of the season. That's 10 more than any other Doubledays, or excuse me, more than any other Tarp Skunks batter. That brings up Heath Fetchick. Fetchick's 0 for 1 on the day, and that's just because he got hit by a pitch in each of his first 2 at-bats. He swings, goes there, and yes, that's called by the field umpire that he did in fact go, bringing up an 0-1 count. Now a 1-1 count with 1 out on the board. And Evan, I saw, we've been talking a little bit about NBA. They saw a comment that said that they thought Jalen Brunson was the best player in the NBA, or Victor Wembanyama. Now, you're a Spurs fan. I still think it's easily SGA. Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say probably
Back-to-back MVP.
then Jokic, then from there, Brunson.
Well, I think Wemby's top 3, I'd say.
Yeah, well, everyone's better than Brunson until it's time to be better than Brunson.
Yeah, true, I guess.
Then I'd go Wemby, and then from there, if Giannis is healthy, probably him at 5.
New member of the Miami Heat. That's not a bad
That's just
place
my
to move
top
to.
5. I don't know.
That's
I feel
fair.
like I'm definitely missing someone.
No, I think that's a good top 5 to have. And, it can change season by season. But, yeah, I think those 5 are pretty much the guys you can look to. Luka might be up there, but
Yep.
he's another guy. Don't love his defense. There's a rocket hit up the middle. Great diving play made by the shortstop. That's Flynn Shoop diving at it, stopping it, but couldn't make the throw over.
Phenomenal play by Shu. That one didn't go through. It would have definitely scored a runner for the Tarp Skunks. Beautiful play by Shu. I believe that's going to go down as a single, unfortunately.
Yeah, that will be ruled as an infield single, bringing up a new pinch hitter. That's Joaquin Rodriguez Costa. He's filling in for Nolan Smith, who was 0 for 3 in the secondary game. He's only had 1 hit today, which was a home run in that first contest. Rodriguez Costa lets the first pitch go. Ball 1. The lights on as there's a crack shot hit into shallow left center field. That'll score 1. It'll bring in another. The play at the plate, not going to be in time as the home umpire take it out. Puts runners on first and second with still just 1 out. 9-0 in favor of Jamestown.
I mean, what a hit there from Rodriguez Costa. He picks up a single to score a couple of runs. Tarp Skunks up 9-0 with only 1 out. Beautiful hitting from them. They find the gaps. That's what they've done in the past 2 games against the Doubledays, to basically get hits. Just put it in the gaps. You'll be guaranteed a hit.
Yeah, now Paul Delanto up. He could extend this lead to more than just 9-0. Delanto is 1 for 3 in this game. Had a double that he ended up later scoring on. I hate to say it as a Yankees fan, but I feel like we should keep the people updated.
No, we
Right now, the Yankees are in danger of being no-hit. Sonny Gray, former Yankee,
Kidding me.
6 scoreless, hitless innings.
Only a Yankee.
Well, every time someone leaves the Yankees, they immediately go start balling out somewhere else. He was never as good as I thought he'd be, though, as a Yankee, Sonny Gray.
No, yeah, he was not good.
After that trade, I was so excited when we got him.
Yep, just did not pan out. Brights were too light, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
Another one would be Gallo.
Yep. Yeah, that was really rough.
I was excited for him too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's just One of those things that you always wish it worked out. It didn't, but we got some good guys now. Hoping to see, Schlittler's got to be he's got to be the Cy Young, and Ben Rice at least has to be in the AL MVP candidacy.
If we had Judge, we would have won two games against the Red Sox. For sure, Judge and Stanton.
Yeah, definitely. It's a whole new team without Judge. He's a guy that's minimum top 2 player in the MLB. And that's at minimum.
One.
Yeah, I'll give you one. I'm just saying there's a large portion out there that's going to go with Shohei Ohtani.
Mm-hmm.
I'd even wager that a lot of people would say it's Shohei Ohtani. Now with 2-2 count, that pitch misses outside. Loads it up at a 3-2 count. McKay really doesn't want to walk Delanto here. That would load the bases. It seems like a sentence that's been said too much today. It's fouled off as both runners were taking off. They'll have to return to their prior base. Nate Muncy on deck. He's reached base every time today, so McKay probably wants to record the second out right now. The payoff. The kick. The throw. It's in and it missed. Gets away from the catcher. Both runners advance. In fact, there must have only been 2 balls on the board because Delanto stays at the plate, making that pass ball all the more costly.
Yeah, 2 runners in scoring position, 1 swing at the bat, put them up double digits. It's not ideal for the Doubledays here, who worked a walk, and from there got a strikeout. So looking like it was going to be another out to Grant Moore, and then he walked.
And there's a third walk of the inning. That loads the bases with just 1 out. We're in a 9-0 game, and there's no end in sight for the Doubledays. Nate Muncy was hit by a pitch and scored in his first at-bat. His second time around, singled, ended up scoring. And last time he was up, he got on base via an error. Wasn't able to score that time, though. That was a great chance for him to pick up some RBIs if he wants to. There's a crack over to Flynn Shoop, the shortstop. Over, and there's an error by Titus Hutchins. Wow, could have been a double play, but Hutchins too eager to turn 2. And with that, another run will score 10-0 in favor of the opposing team.
Just the Doubledays cannot catch a break. Shoop fielded it phenomenally. His throw was too high to the glove of Hutchins, but he could have came up with it. Bobbles off his glove, scores a run, 10-0. Tarp Skunks.
Yeah, and at least in the first game, you could argue that Auburn played a clean game. Not so much here. 3 errors in this second contest. It has not been pretty. And guess what, Evan? Auburn still has more hits than Jamestown. And they're losing by double digits.
Seems to be a trend. If the Doubledays lose, they somehow get more hits. They just need to have, I guess, better plate discipline.
Yep.
And their pitchers need to not give up as many walks, hit by pitches. It just, some things need to be limited in order for them to win games. Easier said than done.
It is.
By no means, but
and now
it's a positive that the
Yes.
Doubledays have more hits than their opponent, because they can't be like, oh, well, we need to be hitting the ball more to win games. They're hitting the ball fine.
Yeah. It just comes down to doing it at the right moments, at the right times, and stringing together valuable at-bats. That's what they've been really lacking here today. And, Auburn, even though they've struggled a little bit recently, it's no reason to really panic. I think this was a wake-up stretch of games here today. Jamestown proved today that they are a team in a different spot right now, and they're one of the top 2 teams in the West. Auburn can win that back at a different time. And there's a shot up the middle, scoring another run for Jamestown. Actually, 2 coming in. and Jamestown takes a 12-0 lead. It is not the Doubledays day.
Dom Costello's due up. He's been a Tarp Skunks player that's reached first base safely 3 times tonight, scored twice by himself. He's still looking for his first official hit as he walked in the second, then got out in the third thanks to a fielder's choice in the fifth as well. He's working with 1 out, 2 runners on.
Yeah, so 5 runs have scored here in the 6th inning. And normally this would be a game where a mercy rule would come into effect, but since this game was already supposed to end after 7 innings, it really doesn't change it whatsoever. First pitch to Dom Costello is a ball. Sam McKay still on the mound. And I want to agree with someone in the comments. Glad I'm not a Mets fan. Thank God every day for that.
Yep, glad I'm not a Mets fan. 6 errors in 1 game.
Yeah. Our normal scoreboard operator, Jimmy, he's a Mets fan. He's not here today, though.
Is he a Mets fan? I did not know that.
Yes, he is a Mets fan. Unfortunately for him. We miss Jimmy. He'll be back on Friday, I believe. For all you loyal Jimmy fans out there. There's another single up the gut. And the Tarp Skunks will be held up. Bases still loaded after Dom Costello picks up the single. CJ Dugan now up. Dugan's just 1 for 3 on the day. And this is going to be the 10th batter of the 6th inning. This has been a long 6th inning. And if Dugan gets on, then Sean Spitaleri, who kicked off the inning, came all the way around to score. He'll be up. He's on deck right now.
And 5 runs have come in for the Tarp Skunks so far in this one. Most they've scored all game.
There's a shot up the middle. Hutchins over to Shoop, over to Michelson. So the double play limits in quotation marks the damage to 5. 12-0 in favor of Jamestown. See if Auburn can erase the donut from the scoreboard when we return, bottom of the 6th inning. Back here, bottom of the 6th inning. I'll say it again. New pitcher, new hitter. Now hitting for Luke Guire, it's Steven Ambrosio for the Doubledays. And pitching For the Tarp Skunks, Logan Price replacing the arm of Camp Churchill. Sad I don't get to say that name anymore, but Logan Price now gets that opportunity. The righty pitcher on the mound. First pitch is in for a strike. Now, Ambrosio just picked up his first hit of the season earlier this week. You were actually at that game on the road against Newark.
Yeah, I believe that was the one where he got the bunt and he beat out the throw. It's a perfect bunt and a perfect way to pick up your first hit.
The 0-1, another fastball that finds the middle of the zone. 89 miles per hour in there. 1-2 count. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Auburn Doubledays YouTube channel as we hit 9:20. A grounder over back to Price, who runs it back himself, flicks it to Rodriguez Costa over at first.
Unlucky for Ambrosio, who hit it right back to the pitcher. And speaking of Ambrosio, another pitch batter. This is the Ambrosio bro, Michael Ambrosio. As Flynn Shoop's night is done, he went 1 for 2 at the plate.
So both of the Twins get their at-bat opportunities. The new fielders for the Tarp Skunks will get some work there. As actually that ball careens foul. Sean Spinelli playing third, Jackson Enders at second, and Joaquin Rodriguez Costa at first. So all the pinch hitters for the Tarp Skunks have been infielders. As there's strike 2 going against Ambrosio. The Doubledays actually do trail in the hits department now. So I guess that'll be a better summarization of how this game went, as they are behind 12-0. Ambrosio facing an 0-2 count. As that's strike 3, sitting down Michael Ambrosio. So both of the Twins go down. Titus Hutchins now up to bat.
Titus Hutchins is 1 for 2 in game 2. Flew out to center field to the glove of Moore in the second and hit for a single in the fourth. Got left stranded in the fourth as well.
Yeah, that's been a common theme for the Doubledays today. A lot of left stranded, a lot of strikeouts, not a lot of scoring runs. Because there's a hit right back to the pitcher, and at least the Doubledays got out of the 6th inning very quickly. And it looks like that might be the end of this game based off of how the team reacted. And yes, I believe they're calling it a mercy rule after 6 innings. Yes, they are calling a mercy rule. So Jamestown picks up a sweep in the doubleheader as the Doubledays lose the first game 8-3 and the second game 12-0. The Doubledays finished the second game with the same thing that our PA announcer Mark brought into the press box today, a donut.
Yeah, just a bad day for the Doubledays.
Not a good one.
Definitely a forgettable doubleheader. A positive, like we said though, is they were leading the Tarp Skunks in hits for most of the game. But they ended up having less hits than that, as Tarp Skunks had 8. They had 7. They definitely got skunked this game, 12-0, ended in a mercy rule. They typically are on the other end of the mercy rule, but tonight that's not the case. So Doubledays dropped to 13-8. Whereas the Tarp Skunks improved to 15-6, sweep the doubleheader. A big thing for the Doubledays tonight was they were leaving runners stranded. Obviously, they scored 0 in game 2. They left probably double digits runners stranded in game 2. Whereas the Tarp Skunks in the second inning alone, scored 3 runs. So that was a big thing. And then the pitching. A lot of hit by pitches. I think we counted, at one point, 4 hit by pitches through 4 innings. The Tarp Skunks were hit by that many pitches.
Yep.
So the pitching, unfortunately, and then from there, leaving the runners on. That's how the Doubledays pretty much lost these games. And then, obviously, the first game was a huge inning for the Tarp Skunks in extras in the 8th inning. And that will do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a detailed breakdown there, Evan. Simply, the Auburn Doubledays just got outplayed today. It's as simple as that. But we had a fun time hanging out with all you fans here on the Auburn Doubledays YouTube channel. We'll be signing off for tonight's contest alongside Evan Croce. I'm Ryan Story saying so long. And, well, again, we'll be back shortly. The Auburn Doubledays will return to Falcon Park. Yeah, I'm pulling it up
On
right
Wednesday.
now. Yeah, on Wednesday. So we got that game against Newark. Make sure to tune in for that. Until then, I'm Ryan Story alongside Evan Croce signing off for tonight's contest. Have a great night, Auburn.